you know, is doing what it has failed to do in the past 8 years. And, we had issues with supply deficit and then trapped, foreign airline funds about $700 million. What is it that we're doing differently, and how can we sustain this trend?
Okay, what we are doing differently now, we've paid our backlog. I was supposed to pay about $7 billion. We end up paying $5 billion. Kudos to CBN. They say $2 billion were not accounted for. There was no any receipts or document tied to it. So we need to give them kudos. And we also need to look at it that the CBN also, if there's anything like economic record, Guinness Book of Record, I think we've entered it finally, because from the worst performing currency to the best performing currency within a span of 2 months, from a high of 1,900 to a low of about 1,000. So it's a miracle. I mean, if you say you believe in miracle, I think this has been one of the most miraculous situations that have happened to Nigeria since President Tinubu came to power. And then when you say, what have we done? We've just only done what we used to do before, but we started it a little bit late. Intervention in the retail space of the market. That was the CBN did, like giving the really change $10,000 weekly. I said it on your program before. I said the challenge is not the high net manufacturer that need 50 million, 30 million. It's the retail end that need 5,000, that need 10,000, that need 2,000, that need 1,000, that need it for urgently, that were really sparking the exchange rate because that market was taken away, and another market was not created for those type of retailers, retail FX, retail FX people to get FX to do their business, like paying for advert on social media platform. It became so difficult. So, but now with this news term, you could see that that space is awash with liquidity. And I can tell you a lot of things are going to happen in the next 6 months, which might also be, the Naira is still bullish. Just this morning, we heard that the government have decided that the modular refineries and Dangote refineries are free also to purchase crude from the Nigerian government in Naira. That again is a game changer. So we'll see all this plan. And remember, don't forget the bank recapitalization. It will attract effects into the economy. That's why the CBN is saying don't use your retained earnings, because they know that by recapitalizing, most foreigners will want to be part of this. So they can bring effects into the economy. Not to forget the 90 days ultimatum that have been given to the banks that says that the banks will have to change any collateral that was using dollar for Naira collateral. You have to change it back. So the challenge has been liquidity, and we are beginning to see those liquidity in the market. So I'm upbeat about the Naira to the dollar at this moment. I'm very upbeat.
All right, thank you so much, Mukhtar. I couldn't have said it better. We do appreciate all of the useful insights on the topic for today. Many thanks for being a part of the show, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me, Justin. Have a pleasant day.
All right. That's the size of the show for today. We must say a very big thank you to all of you who have sat back to watch. My name is Justin Akadonia. We'll return to you same time next time. Bye for now.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities. It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right from since when I was 9, from my primary school days. I love music, so I started working in a pure water company. Where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session. Go to shows before you buy one or two, bus score for you to wear money don't finish. I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant, yeah. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here,
Even while I was YJ, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you, you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, work and give my daughter something, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
It's a nation forged from the ruins of a fallen empire. A once poor country that in the early 2000s rose to become an economic success story. And whose leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, inspired hope.
He came to power saying he respected democracy.
Yet during his nearly 2-decade rule, Erdogan has repeatedly attacked one of democracy's bedrock principles: freedom of the press.
So we started to see a crackdown on media.
It's resulted in fines, arrests, trials, and imprisonment for journalists who question the government.
There's no space for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey.
Many of Turkey's citizens have seen their lives changed during Erdogan's years in power. Their views reveal a highly polarized nation, divided by belief, by politics, and ethnicity. A nation where the mainstream media is controlled by the government, where dissent is suppressed, and democracy is under siege. November 3rd, 2002, Ankara, Turkey. Outside the Justice and Development Party headquarters, a crowd celebrates a stunning landslide victory in Turkey's national election. The party, known as the AKP, is the first with Islamist roots to win full control of the government in the nation's history. Its leader, a charismatic 48-year-old former mayor of Istanbul, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His victory speech brims with confidence.
Demokrasinin daha sağlıklı çalışması için oy verdiniz. Sizler yönetemeyen bir demokrasiden yöneten bir demokrasiye geçiş için oy verdiniz.
Erdogan had formed the AKP only a year earlier. But Turkey's voters were ready for change.
Erdogan's election victory in 2002 followed a decade of immense political and economic instability in Turkey. The country suffered from triple-digit inflation in the 1990s, as well as cases of corruption that were aired out by the country's free press at the time. So the electorate was sick and tired of what looked like unending political crises, economic crises, and Erdogan's victory promised to bring in a breath of fresh air.
Erdogan's AKP platform proposed a series of democratic reforms, among them pledging to ease up on the news media, which had long been subject to government censorship. Turkey seemed poised for a new era.
There really was a lot of optimism in terms of issues that could be talked about, of what could be discussed on television, in the news, on the radio, even in the streets.
The AKP victory was especially welcomed in Kasimpasa, the working-class neighborhood in Istanbul where Erdogan grew up. It was then, and still is, an enclave where immigrants and conservative Turks from poor rural areas settle, hoping to find work and build a better life. For many here, that life centers around their Muslim faith. Among them, 90-year-old hotel owner Ismail Demircan, on his way to the local mosque where he worships, as he's done 5 times a day for over 30 years. Beneath the dome of the mosque, in the direction of Mecca, Ismail prays, steadfast in his commitment to his God, his country, and his president. Kasimpasa is also home to Ismail's daughter, Mehtap, who's 50 years old, married, with 3 grown daughters of her own. She handles the daily management of her father's hotel. Nearly 2 decades later, she remembers what election night 2002 meant for pious Muslims.
Bu bizim için Tayyip Erdoğan'ın zaferi oldu, bizim zaferimiz oldu. Çok şükür. Gerçekten hakiki demokrasi şimdi bugünümüz şartlarıyla demokrasi gerçekten var şimdi. Ama daha evvelden yoktu.
The Turkish Republic was born in 1923, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, created a European-style state that excluded Islam and all religion from government. Secularism became Turkey's modern faith. Devout Muslims felt left behind. For decades, they lived as second-class citizens, often viewed as backward or even fanatical by their secularist countrymen. During the 1980s, Women wearing the hijab, a headscarf expressing their faith, were banned from schools, government buildings, and college campuses. 18-year-old Mehtap was one of them.
Ben gençliğimde okuyamadım. Adam mini etekli girerken ben başörtüyle zararsız bir şekilde giremiyordum. Yo, böyle olmaz. Keşke diyorum mücahit olup savaşsaydım başörtü hakkında, okusaydım.
Without a college degree, Mehtap had few career options. She went to work at her father's hotel.
Mütasip mesela bir aileyiz. Çok güzel, alkolsüz, insanlara hizmet veren, dini yapıdan mütasip bir otel olarak gayet güzel, şimdiye kadar hiçbir sorun olmadı.
Kararlılıkla hayata geçireceğiz.
To Mehtap and her father, Erdogan is more than a boy from Kasimpasha who made good. He's an old family friend.
Tayyip abi babam küçüklüğünden beri tanır. O zaman da bir farklılık vardı diyor. Babamın işte sürekli Tayyip Bey'in gerçek bir lider. Adam dediğin duruşuyla, konuşmasıyla, hareketiyle belli olur. Adam dünyaya res çekti diyor mesela, çok hoşuna gidiyor. Onunla gurur duyuyor. Babam yani diyor ki Atatürk'ten sonra gelmiş geçmiş en büyük lider diyor.
In rising to the country's highest office, the unapologetically religious Erdogan placed Islam at the heart of public life, solidifying his stature among the faithful.
Tayyip Bey geldikten sonra zaten demokrasi geldi. Allah yer gök razı olsun. Gerçekten memnunuz. Her şeyinden memnunuz.
Erdogan's appeal wasn't based solely on religion. During his first term in power, he gave millions of Turks, including the poor and disadvantaged, a bigger slice of the country's economic pie.
He's lifted so many people out of poverty that I think he has therefore created a base of adoring worshippers who simply love him. Turks live much better when compared to the pre-Erdogan years.
And they expressed their gratitude at the ballot box. Voters rewarded Erdogan's AKP with national election victories in 2007 and then again in 2011. Western observers began to see Turkey as a democratic model for the Muslim world. But during this era of prosperity, Erdogan had begun chipping away at one of democracy's key pillars, freedom of the press. In 2004, a caricature set him off. Political cartoonist Musa Kart drew Erdogan as a cat entangled in a ball of wool. Erdogan sued Kart and the newspaper that printed the cartoon. The court ruled in Erdogan's favor and fined the cartoonist for publicly humiliating the prime minister. The decision was later reversed by Turkey's Supreme Court. But it would not be the last time a cartoonist and Erdogan clashed. Yet to some, it seemed at odds with the politician they thought they knew, since Erdogan himself had famously been persecuted for speaking out. In April 1998, as mayor of Istanbul, he was found guilty of reciting a poem deemed a threat to Turkey's secularist system. The day he began his sentence, hundreds of supporters accompanied him to the prison, where he spent 4 months behind bars, celebrated as a champion of free speech.
When Erdogan went to jail, it was not only that it solidified his base amongst his traditional supporters. I think that it made a lot of people in the population feel sympathetic to him, people who would have not normally been sympathetic to him, even leftists or secularists, because it was just seen as an injustice.
But once in control of the country, Erdogan's AKP went about suppressing dissent.
The government, as it got more entrenched in power, became increasingly intolerant of criticism. So we started to see a crackdown on media.
People from his party were calling editors and just saying, don't do this, don't write this, you know, I hope this isn't going to be your headline tomorrow. There had never been this situation where it was one political party that had so much power that they were able to determine what the press was doing the next day or what they were writing about.
Ece Tamalkaran, then a columnist for the newspaper Haberturk, was a casualty of this political pressure. She was fired after criticizing a government ban against reporting the accidental killing by the Turkish Air Force of over 30 Kurdish villagers, many of them children.
So the entire media was silent about the incident for over 24 hours. That made me angry. So I wrote 2 columns about the silence and why the silence was there. And the columns were directed at Mr. Erdogan. And I was the first political columnist fired from her job in the mainstream media because of political reasons. And then on, it happened so fast. The entire media was silenced.
The media silence would later grow deafening. Away from Turkey's urban centers, in the country's rural areas, religious beliefs and conservative values hold sway. Mehmet Çelik lives in the village of Karubasha, 260 miles southwest of Istanbul. The region's known for its olive groves and the olive oil that's made Turkey one of the top 5 producers in the world. Mehmet sees farming as his life's work.
Ben çiftçi olmak için doğmuşum diyebilirim. Zor bir mücadele. Tecrübeyle öğrenilen bir mücadele. Bunun herhangi bir okulu veya kısa yolu yok.
For many in the region, farming is a family affair. Mehmet's father, Mustafa, is in his late 50s and often helps his son in the fields. Mehmet is 34, married with a 2-year-old daughter. He's been an AKP supporter since his teens. The party's agricultural policies provide loans and subsidies to help farmers like him boost production and increase their income.
Çiftçi tarımda desteklenmeli. Bu açıdan bizim için önemli. Tarlaların, zeytinliklerin sürüm sırasında bize mazot desteği veriliyor. Tarlaların ekim sırasında gübre desteği veriliyor.
According to Mehmet, government programs during the 1990s, prior to the AKP taking power, were not much help to farmers.
90'lı yılları çok iyi biliriz. Lakin yüzü astarını geçiyordu. Verilen paraya dosya yaptırması bir dert. Onun prosedürünü yerine getirmesi çok zordu. Çok fazla yerden onayla alman gerekiyordu. Ve verilen para bu uğraşmaya değer miydi?
Altogether, the Çelik family owns 98 acres of land, devoting about 24 acres to growing a variety of crops.
O tatil, pazar, cuma bilmez. Hastalık bilmez. Bayram ve izin günü bilmez. İzni olmayan tek meslek.
In late summer, Mehmet works with his father harvesting corn to produce silage or feed for his dairy cows. He bought his harvester with the help of an AKP government loan program.
Dışarıdan başka bir arkadaşım makinesini kiralayarak yaptırıyordum. Sonra gittim bankaya başvurdum ve bana banka bu makineyi alabileceğimi ve çok cüzi miktarlarda taksitlerle 5 sene içinde ödeyebileceğimi söyledi. Ve 5 yılın sonunda makine cebime kalıyor.
Though he's far from the center of power, Mehmet keeps a close watch on Turkish politics.
Ben genelde hep karşıt kanalları izlemeyi seviyorum. Açıkçası çünkü karşındakinin ne düşündüğünü onun gözüyle bakman lazım. Yalnız bu karşıtlık derken bunun düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğini yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hurriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them. Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street. And your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protest, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. Protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a sela.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprints, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Taş has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendime konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden atısı ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well. For years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber TV. His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
Benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portakal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadı. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz. Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience like Portakal's to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımı farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle aslında bir zincir var, o zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman o oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkuran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long. The Erdogan government has tightened internet censorship, passing a new law that controls social media with fines and the removal of content it considers offensive. It also requires social media companies to be concerns. The scope of the law is unprecedented.
Everyone knows about the struggle for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey, but the magnitude of the problems we have here is not known by many. Over 243,000 websites are currently blocked from Turkey, and over 150,000 news articles or URL addresses are currently blocked. Over 12,000 blocking decisions are issued every year, and over 1,500 Twitter accounts are blocked from Turkey. This is the country we live in.
What's to become of a nation whose government prosecutes those who speak out? Those who ask questions and refuse to remain silent. Press freedom is enshrined in Turkey's constitution, though there have always been limits. In the nation's history, civil and military leaders have exploited those limits, punishing journalists for allegedly endangering national security or for supporting terrorism. The Erdogan government has taken it to the extreme, seeking to curtail free speech and outlaw opposing views. Now the question is not only whether freedom of the press will survive in Turkey, but whether the country's democracy itself will survive.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub. The city is home to companies that made Germany famous for its engineering excellence. People say It's the German way of living and thinking. We are here today to see how Germany has put that expertise into practice, not in technology, but in changing lives of a few.
We took only those that couldn't be helped there. If they were in a good condition or if their family structure was intact, of course, we said then stay there. We only took the most severe cases.
It's a chilly morning, and at the metro station, we are waiting for Lamia Bashar. Lamia is a Yazidi girl whose life changed in August 2014, the day Islamic State militants reached Kocho village in the province of Sinjar.
About what the fate of these Yazidi women and children have been, but to have ISIS actually admit...
Lamia had just finished middle school when Islamic State militants threatened to kill everyone unless they converted to Islam. Islamic State was targeting Yazidis in an effort to purge Iraq of all non-Islamic influences. Yazidis are a Kurdish-speaking religious minority with their own faith. We already know of Lamia. She is one of the group of Kocho girls who were taken captive by Islamic State.
One girl.
In August 2017, we produced a short feature on missing girls. With the help of watercolor paintings, our small story was named The Last Dance of Kocho and Its Missing Girls.
Escaping in March.
After seeing our story, Yazidi activist and humanitarian Mirza Dinai called us to say that he knew where the girls were. And he said Lamia was here, in Germany. Dinai is something of a hero in these parts. We will come back to him, but now Lamia is here. My excitement at finding Lamia in person is so intense that I cannot focus my camera when she first appears with her brother Wad and friends from Sinjar. She's tiny, beautiful, and mature for her age. Life has tested her more than many of her peers.
The girls knew they were going to be sold as sex slaves.
Lamia just had face surgery. She's ready to talk to us, but only after a week of rest.
So total, how many girls you said? 1,100 women and children were in...
We used the time to find other missing girls in southwest Germany. Mirza Dinai started a program called Airbridge Iraq, a humanitarian organization to bring Iraqi children and terror victims to Germany. With his help, the Home Ministry of German state of Baden-Württemberg brought more than 1,100 survivors to Germany in the hope of giving them a better life. Some of the IS victim girls from Kocho came to Germany through this program. During our 9-day journey, we meet many girls and families. Each story sounds more horrific than the one before. Salwa Khalaf was just 16 when she was captured by IS militants, also known as Daesh. She remembers exactly.
حتى ساعة هشتي سبي أزان فستي بو من زاني تشوفوا يا شكينا حسياب ومشي معنا وساعة سي شرط سبيكر وساعة سي داعشاتن هابين بو دنيا قرم بو العراقي خلق السر خانيوان تنفي مسر خاني تنفستي بون الساعة سي بشيف أزبيج مامي أو تلفونا بابي مقربون قود بون شرة إجبر أمل شنقال دبون بداية شر الشنقال نبو القندادة دا سبيكر وان تلفونا بابي مقربو قود بون بشر الفيدري داكو بابي مزاني بس نقود نما ساعة هشتي سبي نوم راب ساعة هشتي سبي كم بخو حسيان بتلفونا كيف بخو حسيان كوري خالي متلفون كر قود كاهم تشتكن أم تشكينا حسياب ونجي هكا أسراب مسرخو بجا قصرا موسى دي طابق بوقلك أبلندبو أسراب موسى مال شارع نيري شارع تجي خلق بو خلق بيع بازدان هريكي بدرك إذا بازدا متشك في منتكر يعني شو ما الدنيا قاعدة منزاني أو أبدا نحياتها ما بو أو
Only Salwa can define what is normal for her now. Salwa now lives in Freiburg, a beautiful city in southwest Germany. Seeing her confidence in her new life, one might think she has left the past behind, but when she talks about it, it is still so fresh.
بابي ما تقول أم ترى كذا ناتش برهقة جدلها تنهك أم الكربن هروي ما قرن جاب لا أم المال أخذها بنو هو نحو جيم شن درجاتي حتى تقريبا ساعد أزبيجم ده يانستا راسي نظام شن بالضبط بس تدرنشي أم المال ده بنشتوي كيم دركتن أم شون أم قشت نتجاوان أم بداية دركتن بيش مرجعنا هي لان أم دركة من سيطرة داني بون نتي لان خالق دركة في مشكلة إيش برفيكي قال لك هاتنا قرتن يعني أزخوص هي كم إيش برفيكي صاحبنا قرتن إيش بر ريد قرتن ونتي لان دركة من تقول من بكيدة شنو نظام شيء جا مجبور من شون رياكا دور درب بن ما شون رياكا ديبر أم قشت نتجا يعني مقشتنا لوفا بيشي قال لك يا خبصة بو ترمبي لك الشارع ده خراب بو أو بخنا خراب بو بس نزل جنارة كيما بو أو شيء سني بو وساكر بو ترمبيل سكنا بو دا ترمبيل ديني كار بنتر باس بن أم قشت نويدر وساكنين تالي رد أزبيشم ضد داعش ونزان مسيبون بتني فيا هاتون سلاحوا أول دسيوان دبون قوتن قداون.
The same day, IS militants took Salwa to Mosul. About 500 girls were gathered in a big hall. After 15 days, she finally understood what was going on. IS militants were coming to buy girls and take them. Almost at the same time, Salina Haji Bashar was being captured with other girls in the small village of Kocho. Salina knew everyone who went to Kocho's school.
معمول نبدأ بابي خامل نبدأ دي برايت خامل نبدأ دي كرمامت خوا كريت خالد خوا معمول نبدأ دي تنقندي دي همو مديتين.
Salina and other girls were watching from the windows. They saw IS militants take several carloads of men to the pool.
وداعش سر حودي ساكني بو سلاحات خوا فهمو وبشتين جمع حساس لا حاكر ما هم أكره قوتين ما جوز لامات كوجن.
Within moments, hundreds of brothers, fathers, uncles, husbands, and sons were gone. Khudir Hassan was one of them, down below. Khudir could see everything. One IS militant was filming with a camera, and the others were around.
پشتوا یکی گوته دا سه جارا بان کر گو الله اکبر همال پیر سه جارا گو الله اکبر و درا وی دیساوی که گوتی الله اکبر گو ارمی مخالف فرحتایل برده خست او تلقى الوان دان بسر مدك هاتن تلقى كل من نكهت جارا بري تلقى كل من نكهت بو پشتی خلاص کرن پشتی تلقى لیدن هچی حس و وجی هاد بازانی بانا هیجی ساغا اويكا غوتيا دا اويكا امر داي غوتيا ارمي تات بواروريا كا دل سري ويدا ودهار ويجيل من نادا بشتيكا تشيغيش باما دور كتن وي تشوبانا فاني ركي قمسلايكا كي رساسي المبو غو ياكي غوتا وي غو هاي رساسي غو نامريا غو ساغا نظام مخالفان نظام شلوس ديتم غو ساغا اجدور تلقاك بردامه يعني نها تراسري مو بردامه اجدور تقريبا مسافة 5 كيلومتر بردامه وصل بشتاستوي مو چرخي بس نگهشته هستی بس تیره چرخی درکت تدیدن نما تلقا مخاهر نلوان جوان کزی مریمه نهاتا بامه.
While Khudir was still figuring out that he was alive and wondering how to escape, the girls at the nearby school were terrified, not knowing what was going to happen to them. IS militants picked all the girls who did not have children and took them to a park.
هم سادو هناك كاتك داري خصنا حديقة دربة إد بيزارو قلتنا بنتزوجينا داري خصناش دربة هتا ساعد دهيب شيفل نفوي حديقة دابون وباسانينا باسيد مازن النفرة ددوجيانينا مكرنيدا برنا موسل كاتشك برن كنا مالا موسل داسي طبقة مازن بو برن كرنيدا هنا كاتشك دي ديزي دي تيدابو أو جيكو ما قلت تشلونام كرنا بالداكو وسا قلتين شيخي وان أميري وان تيانيف ماكو مات فروشيا هرياكو يا فروشيا ياكو هرياكي ياكي ديدا هادي أبيو
Salwa was captured with a different group from Salina. Each girl had her own fate.
أمسيكا تقول أم أنينا بعد أم بقيرانا بعد يعني بشتي إيش بيصد كتكي تقريبا صد كتكما يديها مكرين شخورا عمو برين الويدر يمروجا كمان ودي ساعات ديان كتكا بكرنو أو يقال باما بو جيلان باتشس خلقات العزير بو اشترساخو كشتو الباما رايد دستيخو قد كرن جيلان مقابلي من نارون اشتيبو وبرين جيلان جي خرابي مقوت هفالاخو مقوت جيلان طبيعية هفالا مقوت قو أم هموت وسانا قو يكيش ما هاجي خلينا قو يعني في حالي دكيش ما هاجي خو هيا.
Salwa learned that Jilan's sisters had an idea that she could commit suicide, but they didn't stop her.
وزبيجم يعني نحلبو ما بخو يعني قالك جارة ما محاولة كر أسخبو كشم يعني لهنك ظروف هذا بس كشت النحلة هكاش هكا خشكت ويقودبان إشبر فيكي جيلان شوية حمامي دا منتهي لا أخو كشي ولحظة كش هرب سحمة ريبو وقت جيلان خو كشتي بشتي جيلان قالك يديجي محاولة كرن الباما انهيار الباما تشيبو يعني شتل ام تعبين بانصدروشا هموكي بس كابوس بو ترس دليما همو قاعدة بو كان قدورا كيشمت هرجار تاعتن هناك تكرين وهرجارة قاعدة كدبان هريكي خشكا كوبي بربون هريكي شي هفالة كوبي بربون والنزاني كان قدورا وانا ام همون اللي بيا دورا خبون قالك جارة ام التحبين ما تقولك ها خزيبين مشخورة ببن بس مش في حالي خلاص كن ام تحبين منابين بتربي تشتي ببين ما بدس هيك تقرتن بدس وزاد سي ماشي خد تذكرنا بدارا المدار بدارا دس ماشي خد تذكرن بورامات كيشان يا بشتي جيلان هنا جدي محاولة كنو خبوكوشن
This is another Jilan. She's 16 now, so she was a child when she was captured 4 years back. Jilan speaks out for probably the first time, and her story is horrific. But for that, we will have to reach Tübingen, a university town in south of Germany. By this time, Lamia is also ready to talk. Lamia is Salina's sister. They live in the same complex. While Salina is talking to Dakhil, I have a chance to visit Lamia's room and see her picture gallery. I do not speak Kurdish, but Lamia makes things clear.
Das ist in Italien. Das ist Vater.
Okay.
Bruder? Brother.
Okay. Who?
Kadri.
Oh, girl Kadri.
Und Almas.
So where is Kadri?
Here.
Okay, she's in Germany now?
No, das ist ein Bomb.
Oh, bomb, she died?
Yes.
Oh.
Und Almas.
Oh, Almas.
Yes.
She was with you, right?
Yes.
She died?
Yes.
Okay.
Und Vater.
Mother, yeah.
Und Mother.
Where is your mother here?
Nee.
Where? Where is she?
Yes.
Kidnapped?
Yes.
Not yet back?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Sister. Salina.
Oh, Salina, yeah.
بعد.
Ah.
Yes. Und das ist mein Freund.
Okay.
Yes. Und das ist ich.
You?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Und das ist she.
Who?
Ich.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Das ist Katrin.
Kadri, okay.
Und das ist Almas.
Almas.
Yes. Und das ist mein Haus.
Oh, in Rukocho?
Yes. Das ist Dalal. Und das ist Samia. Und das ist Hamdia. Und das ist ich.
Meanwhile, Salina is telling my colleague Dakhil Shammo how she tried to stop the militants from taking Lamia away from her.
Amman, am penju haft shnif garten, azulam yabunu, hado khushkin ma avinu navinmu, kashmama mamun, kun jedibu, ambaran karna basa ke saat penji sabahi, ishmugusil, ambaran faruna suri, ambarna raqai. O zlami hakalam ya akhtar kari, kwas tana, akhtarna ka, kwas tavira nab, az hashtam alwarda, kalag محاولة بيجريام وشوم البيو رالي نابو بره لام ياجي نفس عمد كرو قوسنا عشم يا خوش کا خرابي پور گرتنو کرنا ترام بيلو داري کرتن.
Salina stayed at the same place for 2 days. One evening at 8 p.m., when she was alone at home, she decided to run away.
از هاتشوم دور نيف ساعتش مالي دور كتم كان ما مالا كده كاميرا بدري حوشي بابو از ديبو شهر بنا مالز ديبو زاني زبكي فرحي دا چويمه هاتن الدري مال كدان ما مال كي قيامي تا دنيا وتعديل ماكل از دامي قولني دا قوال باما از برم ورابونا مو برم ديسا كان ما مالكا ديدا ديسا وي أبو أحمدي از سي روجال وي مالي دابون كچكا كديش كندم ناتي دابون ناوي ناري بانبو تانو هاي جل بعد عشان ناتي ازو 4 روجال وي مالي دابون ودي سامنو ساعات هشتي الصباحي ما باز دا حرازي برديري بو وهادو عيالي دوان نفستي بو كان بي مادا بسلاحة كان بي مادا وكرنا قوتا قود كان بي ما باز دام نساكنين ما شاكارت خوابيتن ما قورا بيتن داسمان ما بيتن ما خواهمو بتشتي راش كربو ما باز دام چون الجسراكي ساكنين تلقى سر مرة بردانم نساكنين ما خواهر دو خال جسر واركر هم چون لالي جسري ديوا در كتن لن قدست و رو وچه ما همو شكست و خراب و خوين بو هم چون آلي دي جسر و در كتن.
IS militants were watching them. They were captured again and put in jail for 9 days in Khayyam.
ياكي خليجي سعودي بو قال لك تعذب هفالا مكر زيادة تعدل ويدريدا بيكر قال لك يعني اغتصاب كرو برحمامي هدوما لنهاش ليدان لاشي وهمو كرا كيبا الهشين كر قال لك تعذب بيكر او داستو لنقرويش تعندبون بربو حمامي قال لك تعذب بيكر ومحاولات كل بالخوادة بس جار بينا بويدا شدان رو رابويدا وتعدا جي بيكر وبشتهن جي آني مچو آني مجلق لي كرم.
Some food kicking. Oh my God. So much. Is dolma?
Yes.
Lamia was captured in the same school at Kocho. She said.
of his loving book he has given.
Shemore Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shemore joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shemore is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shemore Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing
as
a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes,
now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. You're a lecturer. In today's PR practice, a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We are not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, you know, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And be relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, you know, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, you know, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass
for the cat.
For the cat,
wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
You know, until we started having some level of freedom, and then we're going out there to see the other side of life, and our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, you know, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, you know, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but you know, some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father, who was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy.
And 114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, you know, mothers would not have a say. You know, she would just keep, you know. So, and what happened, I slept off. He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door. And I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating then.
Yes, I locked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover clothes before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into a nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, you know, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too, using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew that was what he knew best as
yes.
how to train a child. Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I've become. Sure. Even those tough situations that I found myself, I look back and say, if not for my father, I wouldn't be able to weather this storm.
Yeah.
Because he toughened me. There's no, even when we're growing, we're trying to be rascals. You know,
no, don't say we're trying. We just admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So, and then I faced, once I look back, I mean, what challenge could there be? You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those
the experience.
Those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from 1 or 2. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that.
Yeah.
So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes and I was busy studying music. Yes. And it would be, you know, those days parents would serve siesta and all of that.
Exactly.
Those things we don't know what it is these days.
This day and age.
So it would be serving the siesta in the room and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this thing? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I'll find myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me. Yeah. And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation.
Appreciation, yes.
I think so. I just chose that, okay, fine. My children too, they don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice?
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No,
they don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No, but of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax. And my daughter with a violin.
I see now.
So at some point, I was not pushing. You know, they were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it. Yeah. He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. You know, for
that time will come.
So I don't. My daughter reads, all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. You know, and they all play the guitar too.
Oh, good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember. That was a day my first son when he was in UI. He was a pianist with the youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash. And
squash, which is also
which
picked
I
up
also,
from you.
Of
We'll
course.
come to squash later.
yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash. And he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash. And this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, "Oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt." And then this person now said, "What is it that you don't know?"
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
It's a true body
It's
job.
up to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So, and all I wanted to do
yes.
is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You know,
So-
you hinted at the future,
Yes.
and that brings to mind something that you started doing,
Yes.
and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now
Yes.
with what happened when we were growing up,
Yes.
right? And we'll take a break very soon to talk about, and then come back to talk about what led you to the good old days.
Yeah.
Why the concept? What are the challenges related to it? And what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Shemuri Badejo. We were talking about what led you to that decision to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and relate it to today, like
Yes.
teaching history to the younger generation.
Yes. Actually, let me first say that it was also another passion.
Okay.
And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, of history, nobody was actually telling them anything. And they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew, they all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to, our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive, they tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. Yes. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now in this age of Google,
yes,
in this age of Google, they are now, you know, once they listen to something, they will want to go and Google
cross-check.
And cross-check.
Yes.
I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4.
Yes.
I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with information that I even never knew. It was now telling me about how Babangida, Dimka, and one of them were great friends. Maman Vatsa, yes. How they were great friends, how it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. You know, he was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode.
Yes.
Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history.
Yes.
And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check. Someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you have not paid my school fees and I don't want to be, receiving canes every morning.
Right.
And the dad said, no, I'm going to follow you. He got to the school, he went to the principal's office, he said, well, I have come to take this guy's portion of cane this morning. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please, let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues. And we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about, it's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time, we've had over 100 guests coming to talk. And I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, I'm always faced with. What is in need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future, there's no future without our past. So we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas or they grew up in the Southwest. Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, who are Ijaws, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta. When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we're actually not marketing it. We're not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country, they are more interested in this than others. It's an eye-opener for us, because once I invite you once, twice, thrice, I stop disturbing you, because it is also conveying another meaning. People now begin to feel, why are you so interested? Why are you this forceful about me coming on the program? Is there anything? Are you looking for political appointment or something? So wrong meanings are being read into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country.
Yes.
And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. And I believe that we just need to just sustain, we just continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, you know, we are going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past, they do. And shockingly too, I just found out that also, you know, our level of patriotism, you know, some don't even believe in a Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This is Nigeria. There are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different. So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay, I wish you the very best as you do that. Now let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you, right? 114 strokes of the cane.
Yes.
At the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed, it's written.
So you know that and you were his biological son.
Yes.
These days, people people hardly mete out corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. Yeah, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, you know, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, you know. So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. Because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little beating, spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes. Not to talk of 114.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, you know. But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something. In parenting, no matter what you read in books, and there are quite a lot of books out there, you find that there is a core necessity of ingenuity on your part as to how to engage. Growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me. You would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for. And nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way. I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. You know? So vice versa. You know, so I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why you know they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes,
we
certainly.
are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
You know, we need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some to me, some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it? You know, at times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand.
Yes,
Some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying
they're
it.
enjoying it.
They're enjoying
it's
it.
the rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that? He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah, a rebel.
So let us, it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand. We just dance to the rhythm, so nobody can accuse us of anything. So,
which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm seeing some of the stuff you do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes. Yeah. It's some music that was frowned on years back that now, that form is the accepted form now.
Yeah. Let me just summarize it. Say it is a struggle for membership that is driving a lot of innovations. In the church settings. Like you rightly said, you know, some years, some sects don't even consider music. Some did chants. But we now find out that even in Orthodox churches, we are moving away from these hymns that are so rich. I call them ministrations in songs. Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them, and then you begin to see that it's even more spiritually filling. It's robust when you read than when you sing them. But you see, with the age and time, we now find that our children, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get, you know, people, members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of this audience. So once they chose to do that, you know, our children now begin to feel that that's the comfort zone. So they now move. Now you now find Orthodox churches fighting back to say, okay, if that is the reason why you are going there, let me also do the same thing. Then you now find the Protestants also saying, okay, don't worry, enough of losing our members. We too. So you now find out that at the end of the day, everybody is trying to retain their membership. Everybody is trying to see how they can get their congregations back. So, and that is the reason why you have a lot of, but some of us still believe, while we try to understand, we still believe that we should not lose sight of those richness in those hymnals. So that's why occasionally we find ourselves doing that just to take us back. It is all about good old days too. It's all about
the good old days of music,
hymns, and all of that.
All right, so we'll take another break now, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussion with you, our conversation with you. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Shemori Badejo is my guest. Now, Shemo, as we call it.
Yeah, I find that more convenient and comfortable.
So
even the gate man in my office calls me Shemo.
Shemo, yes.
So that's good.
Now, in your practice of communication, what have you found missing in our national life that could be easily incorporated at little or no cost?
Well, let me say, we have not documented our achievements so far as a nation, even as a company. I feel that the simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. It's the simplest definition of public relations, and it cuts across, even as a nation.
Yeah.
Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. You know, talking about, this country is finished. Yeah. This is that.
That's scary.
It's scary. And how do you? And then you still want that company, and you are still hoping that it will be better when you are demarketing it. And then how do you want outsiders to see? It's not, a lot of things happen in the US that we don't get to know.
Never.
We don't get to know. But here, we are the first to condemn our system, condemn our country. There is this quote that says, "For all forms of government, let fools contend. Whatever that is best administered is best." We have our own situation of doing things. I remember I was a technical writer to Nigeria's Vision 2020. And I wept when I realized the enormity of the richness, that is deposited in us as a nation. My submission then was that America is not God's own country, Nigeria is. Because we are endowed. Let's leave oil. In fact, oil should be like 3% of our natural resources. Go to Ondo State there, we have the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world, that are untapped or that are illegally being mined, being taken away. Go to Elisha. That's why the radio station there is Gold FM.
Yeah.
Elisha has the third largest deposit of gold in the world.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yes. And then we have some Lebanese feeding fat illegally on those things there and giving villagers peanuts and all of that. Go to Shaki. You have iron. Before you dig 6 feet into the ground, you get iron. And a lot of it. Go to Osogbo, where we used to have Oluwa glass. All the raw materials, what you need to do that is just drive towards Osogbo from
Is that Oluwa glass? Is that in Osogbo or in Okitipupa also?
No, it's in Osogbo.
Really?
Yes. If you drive towards Ikpetu to Osogbo, you will find that the soil that you even see are shining. These mineral resources, because we feel that crude oil is giving us easy money, free money, good money, fast money. And we are not looking at those areas. To me, as a nation, we must continue to push our good side, our potentials, so that the whole world can see that it's not hopeless.
Yeah,
Our nation,
see, that's something that we need to play into our communication arts.
Yes.
And I'm referring now to our movies, our plays.
Oh, yes.
They don't portray so much or anything of positivity.
Yes, it is sad. There are so many ways we can communicate our essence as a nation. Even in the movies, to me, I tell my son who read that, I said, Nigeria is still a virgin when it comes to telling our story. We have not said enough. I mean, what we do is even unreal. When we now, even if you look at the movie today, you see accident scenes, you will laugh.
Yeah.
You know, so we are jokers when it comes to even the way we present our story. So there's a lot of vacuum in that area. It is not even the way we tell our commercial story.
Yes.
Even when we do adverts, at times they don't portray reality.
Yes.
So in all spheres of communication, we should continue to strive to want to portray reality. We want to be able to have in mind that, look, this is a Nigerian product. How do we, I saw an advert. I went to South Africa, Cape Town, there's a bank, and I saw that advert, black women, they were, filing out from a bush path. Some of them were carrying bananas, yam, and there was this white man in their midst carrying portfolio and with suit and tie. And the only copy that you had on that commercial, we understand the African market. That shows that, look, we are coming to do business with these people, and we understand them. We know the way they are. But what do we get here? We are always trying to want to be like them over there. Why can't they come and be like us and see that value that we are presenting? So we have a lot to do in communication, in orientation, in mobilization, in sensitization. We have a lot to do. And it's so vast. It's unending. As long as we continue to, our TV stations, our radio stations, what are we doing? Those days, there are a lot of commercial messages, social messages.
Social messages.
How many of that do we have today? Agbada ọ̀dà Ọlọ́run kẹ̀kẹ́ o. Agbada rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúròde. Kẹ̀kẹ́ rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúràjò. Ṣùgbọ́n agbada ọ̀dà Ọlọ́run kẹ̀kẹ́. How many of such are we having? Even on television. How are we helping our nation? Fake drugs and all of that. There are social messages on that. But how much of that? We have allowed commercial considerations to take over our role as a moral guardian to the people. I want to see a situation where we begin to have such, and then it will help to develop our psyche as a nation. And then people will now I want it to go viral. Things like that, social messages, let it go viral, let people know about the value. BCOS, when it started, there was one man said, good name is better than gold and silver. And he was singing it in that area, English.
Even OGBC used to do stuff like that.
Yeah, something like that. So how many of that are we doing these days? And if we can still recall all these things, that means it had some influence on us.
Sure. There was even some that were done by late icon Ray Mike Wachuku.
Yes,
you understand me? That were played on RN2, and you identified with them. Your highway is not a racetrack.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter how tempting, never speed. Remember those you left at home are waiting to welcome you safely back home. We wish you a safe journey.
How many of that?
That was engagement.
How many of that do we have these days? How many? And then all we want is, viewership, 1 million.
Yeah, but you could also think, could it be that at those points in time, those stations were government owned?
Oh, yes. Even now, and now, we must not. That is why I said everything is on commercial, value now. But at least we are agents of change.
Yeah.
The media is supposed to, generally, whether it's privately owned or we are agent of change. And then even if they take it as a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, and devote some time, to those. So it's not all about money. It's all about impact in the society.
Which is why we are running.
Yes,
good old days.
I know.
Yes,
That's why I
appreciate that. Okay,
yes.
Because our audience is a young audience, so we
Yes.
want to say, okay, there was a time that this was like that.
Yes.
Talking about a time when something was like that, I recall that Ilesha means a lot to you.
Oh, yes.
Right?
I was born and I grew up there.
In Ilesha. And then there's Ijebu, which is your
hometown.
A hometown.
Yes.
So if you were to take your children to the hometown, where would you take them?
Of course, Ijebu, because that's my town.
No Ilesha.
No, Ilesha, they heard about Ilesha, but you see, there's they will still tell me stories in Ilesha that you are not one of us.
Oh, then actually they do that everywhere.
So there's no place like home. No matter how long you stay in the place, the people will still tell you that, look, you better go and find your father's house, and all of that. So and my parents, after retirement,
and they went back
home.
That's good.
So that's the.
You see, I asked that question because we have a problem with this issue of you belong here, you don't belong there.
Yes.
Where you find yourself living for a particular number of years, say anything beyond 10 years, you pay tax there and all that, should be home to you.
Oh, yes.
But politically, sometimes it's difficult to engage.
It is. It is, particularly in Nigeria.
Yes.
Particularly in Nigeria, when you aspire to, that is when people will remind you of your roots.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you have spent the better part of your life in a particular. But when you aspire for a leadership position, and then people will tell you,
not one of us.
You don't. It's not one of us. You don't.
But how do we get out of that bind?
Well, like I said, it's also a mindset thing. It's a leadership. It's a leadership thing. If our leaders can actually say, look, enough of this. We are also going to use. We are going to. Whatever we're doing here is based on merit. It is not about where you come from. It's if you are the one that can deliver, so let it happen. Until our leaders begin to take decisions based on merit and not from where you come from. We can't on our own do that since we don't have a choice. So it is a collective resolve from the leadership to say, look, I'm going to allow the best to have a say in this matter. Once it's like that, then we'll continue to thrive.
So in conclusion, let me ask you a question that takes you back to your relationship with your dad.
Okay.
Right? And what you took away from him. I recall the story of when he was ill and all that.
Yeah.
You had to go there.
Yes.
You played some hymns to him. He raised his hands in recognition of those. And when you played the ones that were sounding hope, he dropped his hand.
Yes.
And when you played the one that was saying, take the name of
Whatever
Jesus with you, whatever it is, I'm with you. And then he will raise his hand,
submission.
that's where you should be going.
Yes.
And then you were called that, come back. You refused to go see him.
Yes.
When, that's not the right way. You refused to taint your image of him.
Yes.
Right? That I'd rather see him as a victorious person
Yes.
than when he's dead.
I'm
How
not
was
su-
that like you?
I'm
for
not
you?
sure I would have survived seeing him give up the ghost.
Okay.
Because we were so close at later part of his life that I won't be there to see him just take that last breath. I mean, it's going to affect me. So I felt that the best thing I could do for this man is just allow him to go in peace and retain the picture that I saw while he was alive.
Okay.
And I think it has to do with the emotion,
Yes, I
the
understand.
emotional attachment that I had with him. And when he was taken to the morgue and I got there, I saw him, I actually ran away, but something just held me back and said, look, this man died at 88. he had done his bit.
Yes.
You know, one day, someday, your children will bring you to, if not this place, somewhere like this place.
Yes.
So go back and celebrate him, you know. And that was how I was able to get out of
it.
So I just went back and said, sir, you have done your bit, we will celebrate you, and we will continue to celebrate you.
Did you both share the love or preference for particular or similar hymns?
Oh, he was actually my influence in all my choices of hymns.
Yeah.
And that's why for 8 years now, we've been running a musical concert, a musical competition in the whole of Ijebu land, all Methodist churches in Ijebu. Every Easter Saturday, we always have a competition amongst all the members of the choir to donate musical instruments in his name.
In his name,
Yes, in my parents' name. My mom too was a singer. She had her compositions that I also tried to produce, you know, and we do that, give musical instruments, give cash prize and all of that. And we are building a generation of hymn lovers, those who would see hymns as ministration in songs. And then those who are also, who want to learn one or two musical instruments, but they can't afford it. So we give them out every year, and then they're happy. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, we'll begin to see them as stars in gospel music. We produce a gospel artist a year.
Oh, you do that?
Free of charge.
Oh, okay.
And then we do to the point of launching their albums with musical videos.
Oh.
This is the third year we're going to do that.
We've been doing that.
We've been doing that all free, all pro bono. And we also like to celebrate our icons too.
Yes.
Like Jimmy Sholanke, Uncle Tunjo Yelano, all of them. We want to celebrate some of them. We don't want them to die on song.
On song.
We don't. We wish. I recall what we did for Uncle Tunjo Yelano during his 83rd birthday. That song, he never recorded it. It was when the military took over in 1983.
Yes.
Oh yes. And then we did it, sent to him in UK. He wept like a baby.
Oh wow.
He said he thought Nigerians have forgotten him. And I was happy we were able to do that when he was alive.
Yeah.
We did for Orlando Julius too. He was happy, you know, in his weak moment. You know, we thank God for the life of Uncle Jimmy Sholanke. He's still healthy and you know, and he did also. We did. So I like to celebrate our icons. I just use my God-given resources to do all of this because I believe in the fact that we don't have to. Because how do we want the ones coming up? So if they feel that nobody will reward them for what they are doing, they look for quick money.
Yes.
And drop substance.
And even it's funny that these days the level of musicianship is dropped.
Yes.
You understand me? So there's a lot of sampling and all that. Everybody gets in and then he sings it. Some songs you can't even relate to them.
Yes.
But they say we are old school. So
I had the course to deliver a lecture in Dubai for corporate players. I won't mention name of artists now so that it's not going to look like I'm promoting an artist. And I addressed the corporate players, and I told them, I said, look, it's good to have a popular artist to drive your crowd, to have 1 million audience who will come and sing what they want to hear. Have you considered just one artist that will sing morals? Even if you just want to infuse him, if you just want to give him 10 minutes to address that audience that you have,
that massive audience,
you might be surprised that maybe 100 people will go home with a message. Not the kind of vulgar ones that you want to, because that's how you want to pull your crowd. Fine. But do you think as your own CSR, you get an artist that is going to at least appeal to the consciousness, to the minds of these youths, so that when they get to it, this man is making sense. They said no, that all is about bottom line.
Okay, well, the bottom line for us is that we are out of time now. So let me thank you so much, Shemo, for coming. It's been a lovely session talking to you, and we wish you the very best as you keep trotting the path of the good old days.
Thank you.
And contributing your own quota to our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah.
It's been
It's
nice.
always a pleasure.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
My guest today has been Shemore Badejo, PhD, and Knight of Charles Wesley. That's KCW.
Yes.
All right, and he's someone who is a multi-instrumentalist and committed artist and communications practitioner. Thank you so much for coming. Until we bring in another guest, stay tuned and keep with us.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has granted businessman and socialite Pascal Okechukwu, better known as Cubana Chief Priest, 10 million naira bail with 2 sureties in like sum. The celebrity barman had earlier pleaded not guilty to tampering and abusing the naira during his trial. Cubana Chief Priest was arraigned before Justice Kehinde Ogundare on 3 counts of spraying and tampering with the naira notes during a social event in a hotel in Lagos. When the case was called on Wednesday, Mrs. Bilikesu Buhari appeared for the prosecution while Mr. Chikaosolu Ojukwu announced appearance for the defendant. After the charge was read to the defendant, he pleaded not guilty to the charge. In moving the bail application of the defendant, the counsel urged the court to grant him bail and on liberal terms. Besides, he told the court that the offense with which the defendant is charged is a misdemeanor and that the prescribed punishment ranges from fine of 50,000 naira or an imprisonment term of 6 months. He urged the court to grant bail on very liberal terms to the defendant as he is a first-time offender with no past criminal records. In response, the prosecutor said she will leave the issue of bail to the discretion of the court. The wife and housemate of a former chief of staff to the immediate past governor of Benue State, Abigail Orumbade and Patience Ogute, respectively, have regained their freedom from kidnappers. According to a statement by Tahav Agezwo, a close ally of the former aide, the women regained their freedom on Tuesday after an undisclosed amount was paid as ransom to their abductors, who had demanded 100 million naira. The women were abducted last Friday at about 6 p.m. when they were on the farm alongside the former aide, Tewase Olbunde. The abductors abandoned Olbunde after he was shot in the right arm, then whisked away his wife and cook. Agezwa stated that Mrs. Olbunde appreciated God for their deliverance, just as she said they walked long distances in the bush without food or water. The People's Democratic Party Reps Caucus has issued a 3-month ultimatum to the federal government to normalize the seriously deteriorating security situation in the country. This resolution is coming after more than 3 hours of closed-door meetings with members of the caucus, where salient issues concerning the unity of the party as the House prepares for resumption. Speaking after the meeting, the minority leader and leader of the caucus, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, emphasized that if nothing is done after 3 months' ultimatum expires, it will take steps to sensitize and mobilize Nigerians to take their security in their hands.
We can no longer take this situation where Nigeria is today almost start as one life, 1 minute silence. The government is therefore called upon to immediately take steps to ensure that the security situation in the country is normalized. And the caucus has also given 3 months ultimatum for government to normalize the security situation in our country. After 3 months, the caucus will take further steps to sensitize and mobilize Nigerians to perhaps take their security into their hands. The House of Representatives caucus also agreed to call on all party caucuses, the Board of Trustees, National Executive Committee, and the National Working Committee of the party to embark on reconciliatory measures.
While calling on the party leaders to demonstrate unconditional loyalty, Chinda says the PDP caucus in the House of Representatives remains united and indivisible in performing her duty as a watchdog on behalf of the Nigerian people. Ahead of the April 27 local government election in Oyo State, the Chief of Staff to the Governor, Segun Ogunwuyi, says government will make sure the election is free and fair. Ogunwuyi said this in Ogbomosho while the People's Democratic Party, PDP, presented its party flag to representatives of or in Ogbomosho North and South and Oriri local government of the state. Addressing party faithful and the public, Segun Ogunwuyi emphasized the overwhelming support of the PDP in the state. Also speaking, Ogbomosho South local government chairman Oyeniyi Timothy Oyedokun highlighted the achievements of the administration and why he deserves a new term.
We are taking the message that the government of Seyi Makinde, the government of PDP, should be allowed to continue even at the last level, which is the local government. And that was place. 50 councillors and 5 chairmen will be returned on having nationally credible elections. We are not scared of business. We are not scared of it. We are ready and we have applied to INEC to volunteer this facility for us.
The Arewa Peace and Development Initiative, APDI, has fingered Governor Abba Yusuf at the center of a purported plot to sack Umar Ganduje as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking to newsmen at a press conference in Abuja, Yakubu Dauda, the group's convener, alleged that Governor Yusuf has diverted taxpayers' funds to sponsor a series of protests, rallies and press conferences against Ganduje. Yakubu claimed that their goal is to taint the personality of the APC national chairman to a point where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is forced to remove him from office.
Both men have reportedly mobilized 500 million of Kano taxpayers' money and proceed of federal allocation to sponsor a series of protests, rallies, and press conference to execute the nefarious plot to remove the Excellency Umar Ganduje from office. Their intention, as we have since gathered, turns the personality of the APC national chairman to a point where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is forced to remove Ganduje from the office. We are worried about what Governor Yusuf and Kwankwaso plotted in planning violent crises and arrest in Kano. State is dangerous for the very reason that the violence they were bringing to the state will most likely get out of control.
The Adamawa state government has started fresh moves to tame notorious gangsters called Sheila Boys. The gangsters operating mostly around the capital, Yola, have recently been more daring, frequently snatching valuables, particularly phones and other items, applying knives and handy weapons. Addressing the Sheila Boys' resurgence, the State Deputy Governor, Professor Kaletepa Farota, said during an interaction with newsmen that Governor Ahmed Fintiri, who drastically brought down the activities of Sheila Boys on his inauguration in 2019, has promised new offensive against the group. The Deputy Governor, who did not specify the tough security measures the government is planning, insisted that there are security issues better kept under wraps. She, however, indicated that part of the new approach is an appeal to all youths to mend their questionable ways and buy into the numerous economic empowerment programs of the government.
In recent times, few days, there have been some heightened activities of Sheila Boys around some of our local government areas to plead with our youths to use their energies for what is good for their future and also for their parents. And also to call on parents not to hide or not to condone our youths when they get engaged in things that are not honorable. As parents, we should be very careful so that our children grow up to be leaders of tomorrow. So it is on behalf of the government we are making this call today that we should please ensure that our children are at the right place at the right time and they are not engaging in things that are not allowed by law. The state is taking steps which I will not stand here to tell you about because that is inside our pockets and there are security issues. But we are calling on the public and our parents to ensure that our children are doing the right thing at the right time.
From Delta State comes the report that the government on Tuesday issued demolition notice to occupiers of government lands, particularly Denis Osadebe University lands in Asaba. Chairman Task Force on Recovery of Government Lands, Chief Frank Omare, gave the demolition notice during inspection of the affected lands in Asaba, the state capital. Chief Omare, who was flanked by members of the committee, warned that the government would no longer tolerate illegal structures built on government lands by land speculators. Areas visited by the committee include 74 Road, Musa Camp, and Denis Osadebe University, Anwai Asaba. Chief Omare cautioned that as a responsible government, the state government had given enough notice to illegal developers, warning that those who have valuable items in their houses should remove them before the demolition exercise.
The only one alternative we have here is to bring down all the illegal structures on government land. So that is what we are here for. No two ways about it. We are not going to entertain sentiment. That's of giving over 1, 2, 3 years of notice. You see the GM, you can see the demolition notice that have been given to them. Of course, Jingles, you guys were in charge. The press has been in charge. So I don't know what you want us to do. But however, because we're human, we're Deltas, we're Nigerians, that's why we're giving them all this long time of notice. We have a specific days, weeks, by the law. But we've been here for 2, 3 years. So the more you stay, the more buildings will come up. The more the illegal land sellers, the more they will deceive our poor Nigerians to waste their money. So when we finish the demolition in this area, then you can be rest assured that nobody will want to build or buy a land. And those who wrongly have bought this land from those land speculators, they should apprehend them and get their money.
The Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Ben Ogojafo, debunked accusations of the university selling land to developers at Musa Camp and pledged the university's support to the committee to recover its lands.
You have the 100% support of this university to demolish every land within the coordinates of approved land to Denis Osadebe University. It was somebody who, there was a grade grading the roads. If we go down there now, we can stand there, you will see the road graded already, lined up to be sold or being sold. So when I go there, I carry my crash helmet because everybody needs to save himself. If you die, not you, one man die, Barack remains. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that you are deeming fit to come and have a clearance from us, and we make sure that the request is made for demolition, we fulfill it. If I sold land, please demolish the land. Let the owner go to court.
The chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Marwa, retired, has confirmed the arrest of 50,901 drug offenders, including 46 barons, and the conviction of 9,034. Marwa also said the seizure of over 7,561 tons of illicit substances in the past 38 months has sent the right signal to drug cartels and their kingpins that Nigeria would not tolerate their criminal activities. He stated this in Lagos while delivering his remarks at the commissioning and handing over ceremony of an operational facility built and donated to NDLEA by the British government. According to him, the British government had been of immense support to Nigeria in its fight against the use of illicit drugs.
I must begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the British government for their unwavering commitment and invaluable contributions to our cause. From the onset of our collaboration, the UK has been a steadfast ally in our relentless pursuit to neutralize transnational organized criminal activities, particularly in the realm of illicit drug production and trafficking. The significance of this project cannot be overstated. It will serve as a vital hub for data analysis and strategic planning in our efforts to disrupt drug trafficking networks and apprehend those responsible.
Speaking at the ceremony, British Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria, Johnny Baxter, assured of continued support to NDLEA and Nigeria.
We are absolutely delighted to be supporting this office, but we're absolutely delighted to be continuing our support to the NDLEA and to the Nigerian government to tackle what is sadly a global industry, and a global industry needs a global response and needs governments and partners to work together.
The Citizens Watch Africa CWA has applauded Dr. Aminu Maida for his efforts to promote the telecommunications sector since his appointment as the EVC CEO of the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC). The convener of the group, Pastor Dave Ogbole, at the press conference said Maida has introduced laudable reforms to boost the confidence of stakeholders in the sector, translating to more investment in critical telecoms infrastructure. Ogbole said it came to this conclusion after an extensive scrutiny of the operations of the NCC in the last 6 months.
And after extensive scrutiny of the operations of NCC, it was identified that in recent times there has been a renewed drive to promote transparency and accountability by the NCC leadership led by Dr. Aminu Maida. This has consequently led to an improvement in the organization's governance process. The NCC has also in recent times introduced laudable reforms which, if implemented strategically, will boost the confidence of stakeholders in the sector and translate to more investments in critical telecom infrastructure, thereby leading to improved products and services for the benefit of Nigerians.
Action Aid Nigeria, in partnership with development partners, are empowering smallholder women farmers and young Nigerians in the development of agroecology skills. The empowerment took place in Abuja on Monday during a national summit in agroecology and public-private partnership on agroecology. Plus TV Emmanuel Ihejene completes the report.
Action Aid Nigeria, in collaboration with a broad range of partners, hosted a crucial summit on agroecology and public-private partnerships. Participants included in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the Nigeria Agribusiness Group, the Global Environment Facility, and various women's farmer organizations. Suwaiba Dankabo, Deputy Country Director for Action Aid Nigeria, highlighted the summit's goals. Funded by Action Aid International, the 3-year project aims to empower 120,000 smallholder women farmers and young Nigerians with agroecological skills, ultimately enhancing food and nutrition security. Dankabo expressed hope that the summit will pave the way for increased government investment and program implementation of agroecological practices in Nigeria and West Africa.
The Strategic Partnership for Agroecology and Climate Justice in West Africa, SPAC West Africa, Nigeria, funded by Action Aid International Transformative Impact Fund, is a 3-year project. It is designed to improve food and nutrition security and enhance agroecological skills of 120,000 smallholder women farmers and young people by facilitating access to early maturing seeds, seedlings, livestock, and poultry, thus supporting agroecological practices, indigenous seeds, and the biodiversity preservation for increased farm yields.
Honorable Gowon Haruna, who represented the Speaker of the House of Representatives, commended Action Aid Nigeria for advancing agricultural growth and food security in the country.
The move by Action Aid Nigeria in collaboration with Action Aid International to improve food and nutrition security through enhancing agroecological skills for about 120,000 smallholder women farmers and young people is most commendable. Your efforts in this direction to facilitate access to early maturing seeds, seedlings, livestock, and poultry is equally a welcome development. I want to assure you all of the commitment of Mr. Speaker and the 10th House of Representatives to do all within our constitutional powers to partner with all meaning stakeholders in the task of improving agricultural production in Nigeria.
In their goodwill messages, representatives of various organizations pledged more support and assistance to smallholder women farmers, as well as young Nigerians through funding and grants.
That whatever is going to be done as far as agroecology is concerned is going to assist the women farmers. And we thank you very much. We are going to rub minds together so that we'll be able to achieve great and come out of poverty and also food insecurity.
There's no way we can achieve self-sufficiency without promoting the agroecology component of the agricultural sector. The ministry is working hard to achieve food security, as you are all aware. The ministry unveiled the dry season farming under the National Agricultural Cross Support Scheme, Agro Pocket, and very soon we are going to unveil the wet season, where we are promoting a lot of top priority commodities so that we will have abundant food in our decks. 5 focal areas: biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, persistent organic pollutants, and international waters. And none of these focal areas does not concern agriculture. And so that's the reason why it is important for us to collaborate together. We work essentially through civil society organizations, and SOFON, I'm sure, is a civil society organization. And so there is this possibility for us to work together. Over 65% of our beneficiaries are actually women farmers. And so it makes us more interested in continuing to work and to enhance and empower our women farmers as much as possible.
Participants were later taken through lecture presentations on various aspects of agroecology. The project is being implemented so far in Ondo, Delta, Ebonyi, Jigawa, and the FCT at the national level.
Now we move to other parts of Africa. Namibian police are on a hunt for 11 prisoners who broke out of a police cell in the northeastern Zambezi region. The escapees awaiting trial for serious offenses managed to cut through the roof of the Katima Mulilo police station and flee. Items believed to have aided the escape, such as blades and makeshift ropes, were found in the cell. Locals are cautioned as some of the escapees are considered dangerous, including one with a history of murder. 3 escapees have been recaptured by the search, but the search continues. The overcrowded cell, meant for 16 people, housed over 100 prisoners awaiting trial, and it's currently under renovation. Residents are urged to report any suspicious activities to the authorities. Outside Africa, the leadership of the Palestine state has renewed its call to the United Nations for a full membership, which the United States has constantly blocked through its veto at the United Nations. According to the ambassador of the State for Palestine in Nigeria, Abdullah Shawesh, it is only by these that full peace can be achieved between the two warring parties.
The Palestinian leadership renewed its request to activate the application dated September 23, 2011 for full membership of the State of Palestine in the UN, United Nations. It is very important to note that USA, United States of America, blocked this motion in the Security Council at that time using the veto. This time, the United States of America declared its long-standing and well-known position in advance that they are against this move. We call on the entire international community to support the Palestine in becoming a full member state of the United Nations.
In business news, in recent release of its global economic outlook at the International Monetary Fund and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, the IMF provided projections for Nigeria's economy, indicating a significant shift in inflation rates. Division Chief of the IMF Research Department, Daniel Lay, highlighted the impact of Nigeria's economic reforms, including exchange rate adjustments, which have led to a surge in inflation rate to 33.2% in March. Nigeria's inflation rate rose to 33.2% according to recent data released by the National Bureau of Statistics. Also, the food inflation rate increased to over 40% in the first quarter of 2024. Lay further elaborated on Nigeria's economic growth, which is expected to rise from 2.9% last year to 3.3% this year, attributing this expansion to the recovery in the oil sector, improved security and advancement in agriculture due to better weather conditions and the introduction of dry season farming. In entertainment news, popular Nigerian musician Kaid, real name Suleiman Shekoni Solomon, was reportedly admitted to the hospital on Tuesday night suffering from internal bleeding. The disturbing news comes as fans circulate videos on social media showing Kaid in a hospital bed. While the exact cause of the bleeding remains unknown, the graphic footage has sparked concern among fans. This story is developing and we will provide updates as they become available. And finally, sports news. Borussia Dortmund fought back to beat Atletico Madrid 4-2 in their quarter-final second leg on Tuesday, securing a 5-4 aggregate victory and the first Champions League semi-final since 2013. Trailing 2-1 from the first leg, goals from Julian Brandt and Ian Martsen had Dortmund 2-0 up at halftime. Visiting coach Diego Simeone made 3 changes at halftime, including bringing on Angel Correa, and his energy told immediately. Mats Hummels conceding a poor own goal before the Argentine netted to put Atletico back ahead in the tie. But those goals brought a sluggish Dortmund back to life, with Niklas Füllkrug and Marcel Sabitzer each scoring in a 3-minute period to send the Bundesliga club through. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. Today, I'm in studio with the lovely Diola, and first time on set with Mercy. And of course, I'm Uti. Hi ladies, how are you?
Hello.
How's it going?
Very well, thank you.
How's the week hasn't gone too far, so let me say, how's your week shaping up?
Well, for me, it's looking very great, despite the annoyances, and the unfortunate one is the fact that power supply has been horrible. You know, we've never had this.
Yeah.
We've never had it this bad. You know, you literally wake up without power, and then you have to provide your own power. That means running your generator from about whatever time to whatever time. It's a lot of pressure on a lot of households these days. It's not interesting. You know what I mean? It's not interesting.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, the power issue that you talk about, we were having the conversation around the new tariff on electricity, and I think that's at the top burner of everybody's mind. People want to know what tariff band they're in, and then, you know, the part that really caught me was the 20 hours. And I said, that's so enthusiastic. Or I don't even know what to qualify it as, if it's enthusiasm, if it's, were you thinking, like, I don't even know what to call it, wishful thinking. Because I'm like, it's okay, you know, as a disco to say this is what I'm going to charge, right? But then you still have to get the power to you. So I'm promising you 20 hours of power. We know that the Gencos are distributed, or they're generating the power. You, the distribution companies, you say I'm going to the TCN, the transmission company in the middle, which is what I understand was the cause of this current grid collapse that happened. Yeah. You can't make promises when you haven't made sure that there is certainty across the entire end-to-end process and this ecosystem, exactly. So, and in this heat right now.
I think that's just it, the heat. The heat is just, it makes it so unbearable, and you don't even when you have a generator, you don't even want to put it on. Yep. Because the noise, the heat, everybody's just so angry, so, you know, we have zero tolerance, because really, this heat, personally, is pulling my head in.
No, it really is. I literally, yesterday I had to beg someone. She wasn't coming to my house. She went to a friend's house just round the corner, and I said, she's at your house, please tell her to come to me. She said, Madam, it's too hot. She said, me and my baby inside the sun. I said, okay, just walk to my gate. I'll pick you from the gate. But I mean, it's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, but we actually witnessed, you know, a downpour last night.
Welcome.
I slept over and I woke up to the biggest surprise, like, oh, it rained. It really did rain. Anyways, we hope that we experience more of the downpour, and that comes with its own wahala, so you know the.
I was just going to say that the Lagos State government promised us rain from April all the way through to December.
Yeah,
so I mean the rain came on time. I think they said April 4th, and it started raining April 4th. So I think they have the predictions right, but we'd definitely like to see a lot more rain. Definitely for sure. I'm looking forward to today's topic. I think it's a very, very important one, and it's not one that we talk about enough, or is talked about enough. So I'm glad that we get the opportunity to talk about it today. So here's what we found as today's quote. The number one problem in today's generation and economy is the lack of financial literacy, and that's by Alan Greenspan. When I saw this topic, I was really excited, because I think we spend so much time talking about financial inclusion in this part of the world. And financial literacy is a huge part of that, right? I think it was a few months ago now, oh, don't quote me, I got to host the launch of the Access to Finance survey report by Athena. And one of the ladies that I met, in fact, I believe she's been a guest on the show a couple of times. She's the CEO of Kudi Matters. And she said, I mean, it's great that we're focused on financial inclusion. It's great that we're tracking our performance against financial inclusion. But the truth of it is, nobody's talking financial literacy.
Absolutely.
And as much as you keep building solutions, you keep enhancing that value chain, if the customer on the other end of it, or the consumer on the other end of it, doesn't know how to leverage these things, it's almost like you're pouring water into a basket. And she was talking about having done programs with youth corps members and still not getting that traction. So it feels like it's an uneven seesaw balance, right? With everybody focused on financial inclusion, but not so much on financial literacy.
Completely agree. I mean, financial literacy is a global problem. I mean, it's not something that's peculiar to Nigeria. And all over the world, we have statistics, you know, around the fact that number one issue is people actually have problems with money. In fact, it has been seen that money is the root for a lot of things, mental issues and all that. And like you rightly said, it's almost like we're we're putting the horse before we're putting the cart before the horse. You know, we're so focused on inclusion, we've forgotten financial literacy. And at the heart of financial literacy, people need to understand the principles around financial literacy to be able to even enjoy or even understand what financial inclusion is all about. You know?
So I think before you jump in, Mercy, let's not get kicked off. We're enjoying the conversation so much, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But before we take a quick break, I mean, with a growing population of over 200 million people, Nigeria stands at a pivotal juncture where the empowerment of its citizens through financial literacy can catalyze transformative change. Financial literacy, often overlooked but undeniably powerful, holds the key to breaking the chains of poverty and fostering sustainable economic growth. It's our Ladies' Night Out, and Adeola, Mercy and I are here to discuss the topic, how financial literacy impacts the eradication of poverty. And when we open our phone lines, we'll love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a quick break to see what we found in the news. Please stay with us. You're still watching Ways. April 16th is World Leisure Day, initiated by the World Leisure Organization, which strengthens the idea that leisure is as important as work, and more than that, a social right. Defined as the use of free time for enjoyment, leisure is crucial to human development, personal growth, and the promotion of health, as well as well-being. If ever there was a day to send a message to your boss, or perhaps the HR in your company, to say, you know what, who cares that we had 3 public holidays last week? This one, this is the day for Netflix and chill.
You know how some people actually started saying, how did we even arrive at the fact that we literally need to work 5 days in a week? Like, who came up with that concept? Because you can't be working Monday, Tuesday, you know, up until Friday. And some people run that till, you know, Saturday, depending on the kind of service or office that you work for. But it's very important because making out time to rest is very, very critical to our health. And we have seen a lot of persons. Recently, I lost a very close friend. And that's because, you know, we need to get to a point where we know how to manage our stress, you know, manage our worries, manage our time, look for time to rest. Especially for a city as Lagos, we know that the pressure is very high. The bills are there to be paid. It's a very, very expensive city, and you need to catch up. And so everybody's just working. But hey, I feel that it's important that we're talking about this today, and that everyone should understand the need to create our time, you know, because it's only the living that can enjoy life, right?
Absolutely. So, you couldn't have said that better, in fact. And there's a lot of life to be chopped, starting with small chops.
I like the rhymes.
You know?
Life to be chopped,
yeah, absolutely important day. So I'm glad. I keep saying it on this show that there's a day for everything, but today is one that we're really excited about. So I think I will start from Diola. What did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so this one is interesting for me, and well, I'm going to be following it, you know. It says Trump's landmark criminal trial begins in New York. And, I mean, so this is about, I mean, it's been a long time coming, you know.
1,000,001 cases that the man is, his case here, case in one state, one country,
and I think this is very unprecedented, you know, as an ex-president, you know, having to come to trial. So this 77-year-old man is accused of falsifying business records in a scheme to cover up an alleged extramarital sexual. I mean, it's just unending, you know. But I mean, we're here for the show. We're here to follow it up and, you know, analyze. And I mean, this is coming very close to the elections in November. So this is interesting in all sorts of ways because we don't know what the verdict will be. We don't know what's going to come out of it. We don't know how it will end. If it will have to step down, as you know, some.
But you know, you know why I particularly like this story for a couple of reasons. I mean, I was watching it this morning, and I mean, Trump is being Trump. Even with a gag order, he's still talking about it. He's still addressing the press. 500 potential jurors for them to select from, and people are already excusing themselves. Please, I cannot be biased. I can't be unbiased. I'm going to be biased. Can you just release me? But I think that what I find interesting for me is the sort of somewhat parallel that it runs with Nigeria, because of course we know all social media, our president, all the issues in the run-up to the election about his past and all. So I see this now and I say, okay, here is the the big old US of A, that now, Diodogu, thank you, that now has this case that is running, right? And it's not, like you said, it's not one, it's not two. Yeah. He's got civil cases, I think this is the first actual criminal case, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is so salacious to say this is a hush money payment. The lady herself cannot even wait to come and testify. Like, when you compare it, I'm just like, and the worst, no, I wouldn't say the worst part of it, when I say the most peculiar part of it, is that it's drumming up even more support for him. Yeah. He's still leading in the polls. We didn't live through it. We were like, no, he's bad. How can they call a criminal? He's happening in life and in living.
No, see, but one of the things that you mentioned, and for me, what's interesting is the fact that you find out that you have a system that's working. You have a system that's functional. And this system was not, it didn't fall from heaven. It's a system that you have people working, and that's why you can find an ex-president. That's why, like you said, is unprecedented, having to go through trials and what have you, because they have a strong system that does not respect strong people. And that's not the case for us in Nigeria. We unfortunately seem to have, weak system with strong men, and that's why it's difficult for us to have all the kind of results that, how many times have you seen, even governors, former governors, standing trial? A couple of them once in a while. Yeah, but, not in that magnitude.
America has a lot
They've had a lot of practice.
But that's always the excuse we keep giving ourselves about saying, hey, we're still teaching, we're getting there. But we can't continue like this. I feel that at this point in time, although we say we're a nascent democracy, although we say we're growing as a country, I feel that it's time for us to begin to look at some of these countries and see what's working for them and begin to say, okay, rather than going through the same mistakes that they make, because people always say, oh, America went through a lot of mistakes, but why don't we leverage on, these mistakes and then just go ahead of them. Not necessarily ahead, that's not what I'm saying.
Let's watch this space. What did you find first in the news, Mercy?
Well, I found this very interesting statement that was made by the Minister of Finance, Wale Odun, I hope I got the name correctly, where he said that Nigerians are now saving in dollars. I know you can relate with that somewhat, dollars, because they have lost faith in the Nigerian's currency, that's the Naira. And he also mentioned the fact that the recent appreciation of the Naira value demonstrate that Nigerians' effort to strengthening the currency is actually interesting and is bearing a lot of benefits. We've seen how, the Naira is still, trying to gain a lot against the dollar and what have you. But to also, he mentioned a lot of fact that the focus will not be on, diaspora funds and what have you. But I think that this is time where, we're trying to move this country forward. All hands should be on deck. And this is a time where the drivers of this economy should begin to ask the right questions. If you say that Nigerians are losing faith in the currency or the Naira, then why is that happening? Why are we losing faith? If we can answer that question, then we get to the next. So what can we now do and how do we do it? So these are some of the questions that we need to ask. But of course, it's not far-fetched. We already know what the answer is. We already know what the challenges are. First of all, you want to talk about, the fact that you need to close the gap between, inflation. So for instance, as I talk about the U.S., the U.S. inflation rate is at 3.5, if I'm not mistaken, for 2024.
If we
and
have
you're looking
those
at
kind of
Nigeria,
numbers, we'd
3
be
point,
like,
come on, and we're talking about 33 point something at this point in time. So, but it's already been established that if you have this, two countries, one that has, a higher inflation rate, the value of the Naira or the value of their currency would always drop, and the one that has a higher. So they're just simple, basic things. For instance, we're hoping that we as a people begin to look inwards. There are some things we have no business importing.
No. This is a whole other
you get
another topic for a whole other show.
No, I'm just citing an example. We have no business importing some stuffs. For instance, we should be sufficient enough to produce some things, especially those things that we're consuming as a people. Let's talk about food. What business do we even have importing, like chicken, poultry?
But you have 200 million people with all the attendant issues. It's not that we don't have the arable land. Let's not talk about the security issues. Let's not talk about the value chain issues. I mean, there is a lot. That's why I said
it's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
But you see, we can start we can start from somewhere. And I'm thinking that, it's not impossible to sit back, especially at this time where there's a lot of war, especially on the other side of the divide. We can sit back and fix this, this country.
There's a lot of opportunities is where I will leave it at. I mean, my own headline sort of speaks for itself. It's, again, an update on another very sad story. This is a few years down the line, headline about Sylvester Oromani, that's the young man who unfortunately lost his life after so many things that happened in his school, from being bullied to being allegedly poisoned to, you know, having enlarged liver. But yeah, so the headline really speaks about the coroner now clearing the school during college and indicting the parents and the doctors. I mean, reading the comments on this yesterday was really, for me, sad, because the way, as much as I always want to keep a positive outlook about Nigeria, there are certain things that happen that just make you sad. And this is one of those things. There's so many things wrong with this entire process, from the school to this young man finding himself in this situation where he was fighting for his life, to clear the students, to clear the school, and place the blame solely on the parents and the doctors. I mean, it just beggars belief. That's what I will say. But may his soul continue to rest in peace. I know that his father has said that they will continue fighting for justice, and I really hope that they do find it. But this is certainly not the outcome that we were expecting to get. But we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll jump right into the conversation.
Members of our House of Assembly or the National Assembly, who you have said are supposedly our representatives, who are supposed to be representing our interests, making laws that will be executed by the executive. These same people who you are saying that need to help us are people who have been helping themselves in the past. These are people who have only made laws that only hold us accountable and not necessarily them. Again, in the recent past, we've seen them fight for cars and monies and sitting allowances that are much more higher than the amount of money that a university professor takes home as his pay. And most of these professors still haven't received their pay. Who's to say that these same people that you're talking about accountability on their past will cut off their nose to spite their face?
So financial literacy equips individuals with the essential skills and knowledge needed to make informed financial decisions. In a country where access to formal banking services remains limited for many, understanding basic financial concepts such as budgeting, saving, and investing becomes paramount. By empowering individuals with the ability to manage their finances effectively, financial literacy helps them escape the cycle of debt and build a foundation for a more stable future. So tonight we're asking, how can financial literacy impact the eradication of poverty in Nigeria? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation and send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So, financial literacy. I want to kick off by asking, what's your first memory of learning about money?
Okay. You want to go first?
No, I don't want to go first.
My mom is a finance person.
Aha, you had Expo.
Exactly. She was my primary, financial influencer, more like. And right from when I was very young, she's very big on budgeting. She's very big on conversations around money. And I remember that I used to do chores. So the first thing really was she sat me down to discuss needs and wants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So right from when I was very young, I knew what was important and what was okay. I mean, if you want this, you have to work to have it, or you have to be good to have, it was more like that. And she was very big on the fact that money is not just there for you to just spend. You have to understand the value of money. You have to, like that. And it was she would give me targets, myself and my siblings. And she would say, oh, I would match up this, with my dad as well, I will match up this if you can save up this. Okay, what did you do with money? And it wasn't more like, okay, she was saying, don't spend your money on this. It was more about the fact that, do you understand what you're spending money on? So yes, I would say that I was very lucky to have been exposed to financial literacy right from when I was very young.
So you had the gold standard.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let me come to Mercy.
Well, my case was not the same as hers because I wasn't very privileged, to grow in that kind of environment where you probably have both parents and all of that putting you through all of, money issues. But I think I remember when I used to get allowances. So I used to get like a 100 naira, my allowance back then. I was still in nursery school, so it was a lot of money. So they would give me 100 naira every other time for my allowance. I think it comes like monthly or something like that. And then, but somehow, I really don't know, maybe because of my interaction with people around and my immediate environment, I started learning how to save my money. So most times when my grandmother used to have to report me to my uncle to say, hey, all the money you give to her, she uses it in buying books. I don't spend my pocket money on the things that people will spend their pocket money on. So I'd save them. I'll get myself, if you get me a sandal I don't like, I'll save them and get another one that I like. So for me, that's how I started learning about money. But I think that it probably would have just been within the kind of interactions that I had, the people that I met, my immediate environment, that, so I knew how to save for things. I would always use my money to buy what I need for school. So you see me buying my sandal, the very lovely one, buy my textbook. Peradventure, I don't have all of the textbooks. I buy an umbrella and all of this kind of stuff. So yes, that's how I learned about, money and maybe
Awesome.
saving.
So you were very organized. So I like that. We are three different, I don't want to say three different extremes, but three very different experiences, which I think surmounts most people. So my first experience of money was kolo. So the idea and concept of saving was really, for me, it was towards Christmas. So you would have this, and any money that you get given, my mom would make this big show of putting it into my little kolo. And so that was it. And then Christmas, there was the excitement towards the end of the year of opening it and then seeing how much money it was. But that was pretty much it. Because I kept trying to think, did someone sit me down to teach me about money? Then I remember, there was a time where at one point, my mom had a side hustle where she used to make plantain chips. So I remember the conversation around buying and selling. But again, more from the perspective of the product than actually teaching me about money. And I realized that when I look at my attitude towards money today, it really comes from, over time, like you said, Mercy, I've learned the hard way. But when I look back and I see people that fall into Diola's segment of people that had the training, right? I look at people who, in fact, when I assess it, I've seen people in different cadres. I had a friend who, from very early on, she started to buy land. My own family's was the house we live in. We just own, do you get what I mean? That was the focus. But she had a mom who was always buying land, So very early on, she started buying land. So when we were still buying bag, shoe, she was buying land. So today she has properties in the Lekki axis. And I'm like, well, we are age mates, Her foundation was different. The same thing, I remember reading an article very many years ago about a 26-year-old lady. This was in the UK. But at the age of 26, she had invested in vineyards. She had investments. In fact, her story is my first memory of investments, of thinking, how can a 26-year-old be this rich to own a significant portion of a vineyard? Again, when you read her story, she was talking about how her father taught her about investing, and in fact, that was when I went and read The Richest Man in Babylon and Rich Dad, Poor Dad. We all went through those stages, right? So, and I think that when I was growing up, financial literacy wasn't a thing. I think probably the first time I heard about financial literacy, maybe about 15 years ago. And it quickly became a thing. Then you saw people, and I think with the advent of social media, people teaching budgeting, saving, plan, and all of that. But the reality of it is that if I bring it home to Nigeria, a lot of people have no formal training around money.
Yeah.
When we talk about, as focused as we are on money, which is what I think is like the irony of it, right? As focused as we are on money, we don't actually have that kind of teaching and training. Even today, when there is an awareness, we still are not teaching young children, for example, about money. It's not part of our school curriculum, right? So these gaps, even though there is now an awareness of, and I think even that financial inclusion side, I think that's really being driven by the banking sector.
Yeah.
Because if you build it, they must come. So if I'm investing money, I want to make money. That's really sort of the driver of financial inclusion, and then the regulator has gotten behind that, understanding that driving financial inclusion drives the economy. So in setting the scene in that way, we can sort of see that there's a tie between, I think financial inclusion is even in the middle. Where it should start is financial literacy, right? And the gaps that are there to then being able to impact the economy, to impact, our GDP, talking about, like you said, the things we shouldn't be importing. All of these things are all part of the same ecosystem. They're all part of the same problem. So we say there are 200 million people plus in Nigeria today. That's a huge population of people, right? When we think about then even wanting to bring it down, a larger percentage of those people are living below the poverty line, sadly, right? So when we talk about, this is us who, if you want to use Nigerian terms, they will say we're the elites. That's what was going everywhere during election. We were the elite, right? If we, the so-called elite, are struggling with financial literacy, with understanding how to make our money work for us, then where does that leave a larger percentage of the population who now, I remember the day we were talking about wellness and well-being. One of our usual callers, Lomans, called in and said, Akpu is cheaper. To eat carrots is more expensive. So in the face of that reality, where people don't even have enough to get through today, how does financial literacy now get into that conversation?
Okay. Do you want to come in?
Okay. So because I work in this space, right, I know that a whole lot around financial literacy is that there is a cultural motive around it. We don't talk about money. Somehow, it's like a taboo. Yes, we're so very money conscious, but we don't actually have a conversation around money. Yoruba people would say, when you want to start talking about, money, so pardon me when I use this in Yoruba, they'll say, Baba me sorrow, like, are you trying to put your eyes inside my
talk
money?
To me about money. What's your business?
Exactly. So then the focus has always been around making money.
Absolutely.
But you see, financial literacy is so much beyond making money. Everybody understands about making money. But even making money, it's very strategic. You are at an age, okay, this is the kind of risk you should be exposed to. But the main issue is understanding management, multiplication, and then protection of that money. And that's why we have seen that wealth in Nigeria is not sustainable. We will keep having poverty.
Gaps in generational wealth.
It's standard. And the interesting thing is the Nigerian government through CBN actually has a framework, a financial literacy framework, and they've been doing a bit, trying to talk to people, trying to do a campaign around financial literacy and all that, take it into schools. But again, there are those gaps, you're talking money to someone who doesn't even understand the concept of money. You're not speaking to them in a language that they would understand. I'll give you an example. One of the demographic that we service, within my organization is people, the underserved, people at the very low end and all that. And a while ago, while I was training, we're talking about money, and I wanted to understand their model of how a person could actually be selling apples for 15 years. I mean, you talk to some of them and they tell you, I've been selling apples for 15 years. And I'm asking myself, you're still on the streets. What are you doing? But it then occurred to me that they have zero concept about money. They do not understand the difference between profit and revenue. They don't. For them, it is, okay, I take 100,000 to the market, I buy whatever, and I make 5,000. That's enough. You understand? So So as long as they don't understand that, they don't understand the fact that, okay, I have to factor in my cost of logistics, my stall, my this, my that, and all that, there is no wealth to be had anywhere.
Grow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think before we come in, Mercy, I think we'll just take a quick break and then we'll come right back. So if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we're discussing how financial literacy impacts the eradication of poverty in Nigeria. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. We will also now open our phone lines, and you can reach us on 0702 500-7749. Please remember to turn down the volume of your TV set so we can have a great conversation. So, Mercy, you were about to jump in.
Yes, I was about to jump in from, the angle that, yes, as much as I would say that we've not sort of have any kind of formal training whatsoever, and like you mentioned, it's not just applicable to Nigeria. I mean, I was reading an article and I found out that you have other countries whose population are also suffering the same and all of that. But as it is, I would also want to say that as much as that hasn't been very formal, you still find out that some people somehow understand it without the terms. So for instance, people still get to budget without understanding that what they're doing is part of, financial literacy, one of the pillars of it, budgeting, they save and all of that. You still have people who might not really understand, the concept, the terminology, the word is the terminology now in this case, but are practicing it.
Yeah.
Maybe by virtue of association or whatever it is, or information, not necessary. But I do understand, and I started asking myself, what's that? I think that this is a time where, we should, as a people, improve on our curriculum. I also think that there's a lot of issues wrong with our curriculum as a country, because we've been more concerned about, formal education, the conventional universities, and so everybody just wants to have a degree, but nobody's talking about vocational, training and all of that, because I also think that something is missing outside of the entire pillars. People should be taught how to make money, because if you don't have money, how do you know how to save, spend, budget, and invest? You get my point. So I think that, learning how to make money. But then again, it just reminds me of, some of the teachings that I had sometime. It was surprised as a church, where we were taught about money. There's a whole series on money for a month, and it was really eye-opening, because the way you manage 10 naira is the same way you would, the behavior you have towards 10 naira is the same behavior you have towards 10 million. So if you're wasteful with 10 naira, that's how you're going to be. There's no difference. But we're hoping that, with this conversation, little by little, we can actually get,
I mean, I love that you came from that angle because it ties very, very nicely into the second half about eradicating poverty. When Diola was talking, I love the example that you gave about the person selling apples for 15 years. Surprisingly, if you ask that person, they probably have 4 children.
Yeah.
And they've probably managed to put their 4 children through school. Some of them even to university. So the point that you raised was very clear in that even though financial literacy as a term, as a concept, may not be documented and formalized, it exists in some construct in the informal sector. And if I use my own example about Kolo, if we take the, what is it called now? The Ajo what is it called in Igbo?
Susu.
Esusu, thank you. It exists in different languages because as a concept, that was a way of saving, right? Small, small, small every day. And they're able to grow their monies. So you see that even when we talk about this gap, we have our own informal ways, because I think that sometimes we're guilty of taking foreign problems and coming and laying it over and just thinking that we're completely rubbish, when in fact, we've had our own systems.
Exactly.
And when we talk about the eradication of poverty, we find that we now want to, in fact, when I saw this eradication of poverty, I was like, first of all of us are getting poorer. You know, the Christians in us to say, we're not poor in Jesus' name. We're rich. But the truth of it is, there's a reason why they are saving in dollar, because if they leave it in naira, they're getting poorer every day. So when we talk about the eradication of poverty, right, if we take it to the very base level, there is a need for information dissemination.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be, and when you talked about the framework, right, the framework is big English. But the channels by which we disseminate information to a large number of people, and, you know, we are just giving different nuggets of it. If I believe today that I don't need to pay attention to learning money because I only have 10 naira, the day they give you 10 million, you fritter it away. So, in fact, there was a training session I went on, and Pastor Itwa was one of our trainers, and he gave a story of, I think he was he was like one of those area kind of boys that ended up being in the church, coming to sleep in the church, and how one day, I think in his interaction, somebody said, I met somebody, I want to sell scrap metal, and he's going to make money. Somehow, I think he mentioned a top businessman, and Pastor Ita was able to, together, they were able to make the deal happen, and the guy made 2 million naira. And he narrated how he said, let's take the 2 million, let's help you save it. This 2 million naira should be able to keep you going for a long time. This person took that money. Oh, no, he has a plan. He knows what to do. The next minute, the wife that he had been living with for how many years from the part of the country when they allow you to take the wife, then come back later to marry. He went back and married the wife, spent the money doing wedding. Then after wedding, you are back to the status quo. So if you are not faithful in the little, when you have, exactly. So these are where, for me, the gaps lie, in that in sensitizing people about financial literacy, we first of all need to come away from this mindset of, I don't need it because I don't have. I need to teach you that the day you have 1 naira, how do you turn 1 into 5? How do you turn 5 into 10? Because the minute each and every one of us is empowered to use the little we have to create more, the ripple effects, when we start talking about the impact of small businesses, why? It's because it's not the corporates that are going to save the country. It's not their income that's going to save the GDP. It's our collective input. So when we talk about the eradication of poverty, because in fact, in my mind, I was like, when we open the phone lines, please don't come and tell us we don't have money, so it's not important. It's important that the message that we pass today is that you must learn. You must empower yourself. People start businesses with 20,000 naira, selling apples or sugar or something. And they're able to build, if they have the right foundations of understanding business, of understanding money. So before we get to the point of saying, oh, government, put it in our curriculum, which, yes, we need to do, because we need to now that we understand the problem, we need to scope it out across all demographics and segments of people. So we need to be teaching the market women. We need to be empowering them. We need to be empowering the illiterate, the uneducated. Even the beggars that are begging for money.
You need to empower them.
You need to empower the educated.
You know, because I think that because of the gap that has been created, so it's becoming a problem, or it's become a problem now that you feel like you already have grown-ups who don't know how to manage resources, or who don't understand or don't have a grasp about money, or what they should do with money and all of that.
Beyond
so therefore,
it.
beyond spending it and what have you. Because even some people, you find out that I'll cite examples. I'm going to cite some examples where people actually just, for instance, I see people trying to go borrow monies to throw a party. And I'm like, why do you do that? That is not wise. You don't even need somebody from Harvard to come tell you that. Why do you borrow monies you don't have to throw a party? Why I see people, couples go to say, oh, I'm having a child dedication. You go and borrow money. Money you don't have to do a child dedication. What are you doing? You're borrowing money to call people to come and party. So you are now in debt. For what exactly?
They go
Why?
home and then you're
you
left
borrow
with
money, you know, to go and buy. I don't understand. So these are some of the, you know, because we're talking about this now, some people can probably think that maybe we're talking about something very abstract. We're not talking about abstract. We're saying that's not it. That's not it. This is what we're saying. You can't be borrowing money. You don't have money. You're borrowing money, or probably you have a job and then you're not taking your job. That's where your income comes in. And then you're saying, oh, you want to go spend all your time in church. The time for work is time for work, but you're not giving time, you know, that time to work. You're rather taking and say, oh, can you excuse me? I need to be, you know, in a service. And even God himself understands that you need to work, you know, to earn a living. So these are some of the things. So when we're talking about this, I think that it's important that we bring it, you know, very practical so that people understand some of this decision. Now you say you want something. I remember a time before I started using an iPhone. It's not... you know how it is. We're very elitist, you know, in Nigeria. Everybody, if you're not using a certain brand, everybody begins to think that you're crazy. So then I used to have, you know, colleagues who used to think that, oh no, come on, we're going for events, you need to have an iPhone. I'm like, crazy, I don't need it. Because I eventually got it because I had need for it. I discovered that it was economical for me. When I did my own understanding, I discovered that, okay, it was economical to fix and what have you. I think that it could help with my work research and what all of that. That's why. So you don't need to start getting, I'm sure that we hear that a lot, that people buy things they don't need. You understand?
Versus wants. See the person that learned to tell you.
I mean, you just buy things because you want to buy them. You need to, and that's why in economics, I think we all went through elementary economics where we're told, you know, they call it scale of preference. You have to prioritize what's important. So, for instance, if you give me 20,000 naira, let me call 20 million, not for 20. For a virtual 20 million comes into my account, you know, I should begin to say, okay, what is the most important thing to do? You understand? You begin to prioritize what's important. Is it important to go and throw a party when you have school fees to pay, or you could invest into a business? These are the things that we're talking about.
In that space, what I find interesting is the people that don't understand that things like cars are depreciating assets. I want to be seen in this car.
I know, right?
But you know that this society promotes extravagance. Yeah. It does, you know. So you have to be smart. You have to define your own financial goals and then be consistent. It's a lot of hard work. People don't know. And then some people, I mean, I've had conversations with people where we're talking financial literacy and they go like, okay, but you know, I'm already saving, I'm already budgeting, I'm already doing this and all that. But you see, part of, now this, I want to just quickly touch on this. Part of financial literacy is also understanding that you can be very susceptible to scams and frauds. In trying to make money, right? Again, because we are focused on making money, you are putting your resources, your financial resources at risk. Now, for some people, they have the skill, they have the knowledge to be able to navigate that kind of complexity. But there are certain things to look at. Your earning capacity, your age, you know, so many things. I mean, at 60, you shouldn't be gambling with your money. If you are not at that very, you know, top level. You have the money that you can afford to spare and lose. Exactly. Yeah. So if what you have is what you have amassed or saved over time through blood and sweat, and then you think, oh, there's this deal, you don't know so much about it, but just because someone said, oh, look at this, you know, that's part of financial literacy. And a whole lot of people, in fact, I was reading a report around the number of Nigerians affected and how much money was sunk into this, all this scam, MMM.
Of course,
billions you can't recover.
You know, I'm not going to say anything, but I would say it in a very coded way because at some point in time, I think that was like 2021 or 2022, I was part of the team that was managing crisis for a certain, you know, company that was, you know, rendering some of these services. And, you know, so one of the things I found out, now, working for that company just made me understand that Nigeria had money.
Yep.
There is a lot of money in this country.
A lot of money and not enough education and wisdom.
Yes. So a lot of people have so much money. That's what Nigeria does, money. There's money in Lagos. There's money in Nigeria. Please. Now, another thing I also found out that is that, because you mentioned some of these things, is that we don't have that, and to be very honest, we don't understand, you know, the principle of money. We don't have the grasp. We don't understand the dynamics, and so sometimes we see some of these businesses and then we just throw in money. If you know how much people chunked in, the amount of money, and I sit back and I say, this is greed. Because even if you don't know or you don't understand some of this, dynamics surrounding money and investment, that's why you have people you can actually consult. Absolutely. If you have, let's say, 20 million to invest, I probably think that you should be able to pay a consultant or consult someone before you invest. But I feel that we're just so greedy, as the people, that you just see some kind of return on investment.
There's greed. I think that there's greed and there's also ignorance. Yeah. Because I think that a lot of people get taken advantage of. People particularly will trust family members, or they will trust people that they know. But I agree with you. Greed is a great driver. And it's sometimes I don't even think it's greed. I think because our culture is so ingrained now in that extravagance and that being seen and being focused on making money, that we haven't been able to distill properly what the right way to make money is. How should I grow my money over time? One of the first things Yola said was about your age and the risk you're willing to take. If you ask the average Nigerian worker, payment into pension fund is a necessary evil. Give me the money now.
Now.
You get what I mean?
Because I have.
Yes. But in countries where these things are ingrained, in that you understand that, look, the earlier you start saving, in Nigeria, the real pension plan is your children.
Yeah.
That's why, to a certain extent, if you don't have children, because I always ask people, the way we chase children in Nigeria, are they using them to collect money somewhere? Somebody said, yes, now that's pension plan. I say, oh, actually, you are very correct. So the reality of it is, the places where we should place our focus, because we all agree that it affects every cadre of Nigeria. You have the money. You're not even investing it properly. How many people, we all think that wealth managers are for the uber rich. But the truth is, if you have 5 million today, find the best person that can help you sweat that 5 million with the least amount of risk. And that way, you're able to protect that money and grow it in a smart way. So there's so many ways to unpack this conversation, and I almost feel like we want to do a teaching series on financial literacy. But as we quickly run out of time, as we always do when the conversation is great, right? The things that we've said to keep the conversation real, and I love when Mercy said, let's not make it abstract. Lending is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's not.
If you are lending to make money, if the return on the money that you're going to borrow exceeds the interest you are paying on the money, that's wise borrowing. So even that and understanding how to make money work for you is part of the financial literacy that we're speaking about. But if it's to flenjo, if it's to...
But that's what we're doing as a government first. Let me try.
Let's not bring the government to
that's an aside. But that's horrible, and that's how we have inflation. Who does that? Sorry, we're not diverting from the conversation. Go ahead.
Because, I mean, there's so many problems. Definitely agree that there's so many problems. But it's the idea, and in fact, this comment just came in, and I was just about to speak to that. Can financial literacy be taught in languages we already understand, like the Igbo apprenticeship system, for example? And I think that we talked about Afamefuna, one of the last shows I was on. We have robust learning systems already.
True.
So when we say that we have these problems, how were we learning money before the West came to us?
It's the same question as saying, how did we govern our society? How did we police our communities? You remember that period where the pre-colonial era where I read, I mean, I didn't exist in that time, and I was told that, we had age grades, people, community, young men who protected the, the communities. And, how did we govern ourselves? How did we go about these things before we became an entity called Nigeria, before the amalgamation? Because we existed, even though we were not together, but we existed in different, parts and units. And so how did our forefathers do this? And it brings us back to the conversation where a lot of people have been suggesting that as Africans, as Nigerians, we need to begin to look for the system, the things that work for us. Because we already have, we already have a system, before this time. And so maybe it's time for us to begin to, just look for our own way and run our society, because our society is very peculiar.
And I think that we all have a responsibility really to try to teach people the little that we know, because I think we've all experienced somebody asking us for urgent 2K or 50K, 100K, I want to start a business, and you give them that money and then, you know, nothing materializes. They come back again maybe 6 months to a year and the same sing-song happens again. So I think in sort of summarizing the conversation today, I think one of the first things that is important to note is don't be fooled by the big words, financial literacy. What we're simply saying is, please learn about money. Learn how to make money. Understand how money works. Understand the principles of money. I love when you were talking about the series in church. The principles are principles. Whether you now add the faith-based elements to it, but some of the richest people in the world, in fact, most of the richest people in the world, they will not be, they are not Christians, and they're not affiliated.
Do you know the funny thing is when, just to make an impression, it wasn't, I didn't attend a church where, you know, they were saying, oh, you're going to make money. As a matter of fact, I was told that you have no business making money if you're not rendering services, if you're not selling products. I mean, this is a real conversation. You have no business saying you have money. So at the time, I think I was still in school, and someone was saying, why don't you have money? I said, because I don't have any business.
I don't have a business. I don't have a job. So why should I have money? So the right foundations around money, you're absolutely right. Understanding how debt works, understanding how savings works, understanding how investments work, even if you don't have the money. Planning for your financial future. You hear the concept of people saying, I want to be financially free by the time I'm 40, I'm 50, and you see people, you know, achieving it. So I hope that, and I know definitely our goal and mission here on Ways is to educate our viewers. So definitely this is a topic that we'll keep circling back around and around and around, so that our viewers can understand that money is a good thing. It is the root of all evil when it is mismanaged, it is misused, but it does also a lot of good. So thank you so much, ladies. I've really enjoyed talking about this with you today. But before we go, do ensure that you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa and official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. Remember to like, share, and comment. And, as we always say, don't watch Ways alone. Tell your friends and family all about it to watch and follow us. So if you missed today's quote, here it is again. The number one problem in today's generation and economy is the lack of financial literacy. So we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens. Have a good evening.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Rangers were not properly trained, they were not armed, so one ranger with a firearm in the team and the others would have cutlasses and sticks. That made the hunters more confident. I experienced poaching, I think, my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would send huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
A duk gaba ɗaya jakure su, amma da kai dai mai gona je kure kayansa ko yana damuwansa da kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop raiding. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been very great experience for me.
Before Nacha came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop raiding. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to Nacha's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
Nacha is Yankari and Yankari is Nacha.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer header clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than 5 gunshots.
Olok people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. Kò sí fọkànbalẹ̀ kankan fẹ́ anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarapa land.
Ibarapa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarapa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarapa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora here now, there is no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarapa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulanis.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this. We've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this act, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Benin-Gwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn, as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Benin-Gwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Benin-Gwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers, and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Binigwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Erena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Kolwaya. What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I've also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, you know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna, and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity, and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. of votes conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging. It destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the Southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The Southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the Southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the Southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office, and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. The Federal High Court sitting in Lagos State has granted businessman and socialite Pascal Okechukwu, better known as Cubana Chief Priest, 10 million naira bail with two sureties in like sum. The celebrated barman had earlier pleaded not guilty to tampering and abusing the naira during his trial. Cubana Chief Priest was arraigned before Justice Kehinde Ogundare on 3 counts of spraying and tampering with naira notes during a social event at a co-hotel in Lagos. When the case was called on Wednesday, Mrs. Bilikisu Buhari appeared for the prosecution while Mr. Chikao Solu Ojukwu announced appearance for the defendant. After the charge was read to the defendant, he pleaded not guilty to the charge. In moving the bail applications of the defendant, his counsel urged the court to grant him bail on liberal terms. Besides, he told the court that the offense with which the defendant is charged is a misdemeanor and that the prescribed punishment ranges from a fine of 50,000 naira or an imprisonment term of 6 months. He urged the court to grant bail on very liberal terms to the defendant as he is a first offender with no past criminal record. In response, the prosecutor said she will leave the issue of bail to the discretion of the court. The wife and housemaid of a former chief of staff to the immediate past governor of Benue State, Abigail Orbunde and Patience Ogute, respectively, have regained their freedom from kidnappers. According to a statement by Tehav Agezwa, a close ally of the former aide, the women regained their freedom on Tuesday after an undisclosed amount was paid as ransom to their abductors, who had demanded 100 million naira. The women were abducted last Friday at about 6 p.m. when they were on the farm alongside the former aide, Tewase Orbunde. The abductors abandoned Orbunde after he was shot in the right arm, then whisked away his wife and cook. Agezwa stated that Mrs. Orbunde appreciated God for their deliverance. Just as she said, they walked long distances in the bush without food or water. The People's Democratic Party Reps Caucus has issued a 3-month ultimatum to the federal government to normalize the seriously deteriorating security situation in the country. This resolution is coming after more than 3 hours of closed-door meetings with members of the caucus where salient issues concerning the unity of the party as the House prepares for resumption. Speaking after the meeting, the minority leader and leader of the caucus, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, emphasized that if nothing is done after 3 months ultimatum expires, it will take steps to sensitize and mobilize Nigerians to take their security
upon to immediately take steps to ensure that the security situation in the country is normalized. And the caucus has also given 3 months ultimatum for government to normalize the security situation in our country. After 3 months, the caucus will take further steps to sensitize and mobilize Nigerians to perhaps take their security into their hands. The House of Representatives caucus also agreed to call on all party caucuses, the Board of Trustees, National Executive Committee, and the National Working Committee of the party to embark on reconciliatory measures.
While calling on the party leaders to demonstrate unconditional loyalty, Chinda says the PDP caucus in the House of Representatives remains united and indivisible in performing her duty as the watchdog on behalf of the Nigerian people. Ahead of the April 27 local government elections in Oyo State, the Chief of Staff to the Governor, Segun Ogunwuyi, says government will make sure the election is free and fair. Ogunwuyi said this in Ogbomosho while the People's Democratic Party, PDP, presented its party's flag to representatives in Ogbomosho North and South and Orire local government areas of the state. Addressing party faithful and the public, Segun Ogunwuyi emphasized the overwhelming support of the PDP in the state. Also speaking, Ogbomosho South Local Government Chairman Oyeni Timothy Oyedokun highlighted the achievements of his administration and why he deserves a new term.
We are taking the message that the government of Seyi Makinde, the government of PDP in the state should be allowed to continue even at the grassroots level, which is the local government. And by God's grace, the 50 councillors and the 5 chairmen will be returned victorious.
OCEC is bent on having an internationally credible election. We are not scared of beavers. We are not scared of it. We are ready and we've applied to INEC to volunteer this facility for us. We want to use it so that our result will be more believable.
In the election that INEC conducted, it was 32 over 33. So if we won when INEC conducted at 32-33, it
it tells you that this one is going to be that 3. People have gone around house to houses, words to words. There's no doubt that the victory on the 27th is sure.
The Iowa Peace and Development Initiative, APDI, has fingered Governor Abba Yusuf as the center of a purported plot to sack Umar Ganduje as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking to newsmen at the press conference in Abuja, Yakubu Dauda, the group's convener, alleged that Governor Yusuf has diverted taxpayers' funds to sponsor a series of protests, rallies and press conferences against Ganduje. Yakubu claimed that the goal is to taint the personality of the APC national chairman to a point where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is forced to remove him from office.
Both men have reportedly mobilized 500 million of Kano taxpayers' money and proceed of federal allocation to sponsor a series of protests, rallies, and press conference to execute the nefarious plot to remove the Excellency Umar Ganduje from office. Their intention, as we have since gathered, taints the personality of the APC national chairman to a point where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is forced to remove Ganduje from the office. We are worried about what Governor Yusuf and Kwankwaso plotted in planning violent crises and arrest in Kano. State is dangerous for the very reason that the violence they were bringing to the state will most likely get out of control.
The Adamawa state government has started fresh moves to tame notorious gangsters called Sheila Boys. The gangsters operating mostly around the capital, Yola, have recently been more daring, frequently snatching valuables, particularly phones and other items, applying knives and handy weapons. Addressing the Sheila Boys' resurgence, the state deputy governor, Professor Keletapwa Faruata, said during an interaction with newsmen that Governor Amadou Fintiri, who drastically brought down the activities of Sheila Boys on his inauguration in 2019, has promised new offensive against the group. The deputy governor, who did not specify the tough security measures the government is planning, instead said that there are security issues better kept under wraps. She, however, indicated that part of the new approach is an appeal to all youths to mend their questionable ways and buy into the numerous economic empowerment programs of the government.
In recent times, few days, there have been some heightened activities of Sheila Boys around some of our local government areas to plead with our youths to use their energies for what is good for their future and also for their parents, and also to call on parents not to hide or not to condone our youths when they get engaged in things that are not honorable. As parents, we should be very careful so that our children grow up to be leaders of tomorrow. So it is on behalf of the government we are making this call today that we should please ensure that our children are at the right place at the right time and they are not engaging in things that are not allowed by law. The state is taking steps which I will not stand here to tell you about because that is inside our pockets. And there are security issues. But we are calling on the public and our parents to ensure that our children are doing the right thing at the right time.
Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Thanks for staying with us. We move to other parts of Africa now. Abdoulaye Bathily, the special representative of the Secretary General of Libya and head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya, UNSMIL, has tendered his resignation to Secretary General Antonio Guterres. On Tuesday, Bathily expressed his decision, citing significant challenges in his mediation efforts. He lamented that his attempts to foster dialogue and address concerns were met with stubborn resistance, unreasonable expectations, and indifference to interests of the Libyan people. Bathily, who assumed his role in September 2022, highlighted the crucial need for Libyan leaders to reach a political settlement through negotiations and compromise. He stressed the importance of prioritizing the aspirations of the 2.8 million registered Libyan voters over the narrow interest of a select few. Outside Africa, the leadership of the Palestine state has renewed its call to the United Nations for a full membership, which the United States has constantly blocked through its veto at the UN. According to the ambassador of the State of Palestine in Nigeria, Abdullah Shawesh, it is only by this that the full peace can be achieved between the two warring parties. He says the Israeli government is weaponizing hunger against the Palestinian people, and this has caused so many deaths among children, women, and the aged in Gaza and the West Bank. In business news, in a recent release of its Global Economic Outlook at the International Monetary Fund and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C., on Tuesday, the IMF provided projections for Nigeria's economy, indicating a significant shift in inflation rates. Division Chief of the IMF Research Department, Daniel Lay, highlighted the impact of Nigeria's economic reforms, including exchange rate adjustment, which have led to a surge in inflation rate to 33.2% in March. Nigeria's inflation rate rose to 33.2% according to recent data released by the National Bureau of Statistics. Also, the food inflation rate increased to over 40% in the first quarter of 2024. Lay further elaborated on Nigeria's economic growth, which is expected to rise from 2.9% last year to 3.3% this year, attributing this expansion to the recovery in the oil sector, improved security and advancement in agriculture due to better weather conditions and the introduction of dry season farming. In entertainment news, popular Nigerian musician Kaid, real name Suleiman Sekoni Solomon, was reportedly admitted to the hospital on Tuesday night suffering from internal bleeding. The disturbing news comes as fans circulate videos on social media showing Kaid in hospital bed. While the exact cause of the bleeding remains unknown, the graphic footage has sparked concern among fans. This story is developing, and we will provide updates as they become available. And finally, in sports news, the 2024 Federation Cup draw will be held in Abuja on Thursday. The draw ceremony will come up at the Nigeria Football Federation office in Abuja, according to the acting director of competitions, Ruth David. The State Federation Cup finals were completed last weekend, with Rivers United claiming a 2-0 win over Afrima. The matches are expected to kick off at 2 p.m., while the competition is expected to be played on a knockout basis. Bendel Insurance is the defending champion of the competition. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman. Your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and as Ashrebi they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aimed to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me Charles Dickens, you know, those like a lot of the classics. You know, my dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would we had these book shopping days where we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. Because I've always loved reading, like I explained to you, growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, you know, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, can you go ahead now, write it. And it's obviously, because it sounded absurd that, you know, I'd written it, then I used to write essays and I'd contributed to like some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written like a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was like in between jobs, I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's more like you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and that just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, MBA, everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Everyone around me was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, so when you actually have to workshop each other's works and just reading and being inspired, wow, more people are writing, you know, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Just little things, not about writing, you never know what will change. And I remember at that point, I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, you know, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell the story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that, because I had to even gain confidence as a writer, I had to be sure in my own voice. You know, I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing, but also about myself. Because several times I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, you know, why are you comfortable with this? You know, why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get no's, there's so many like, why are you special, you know? But it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times and then I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, you know. So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to like query a lot of agents. I got a lot of no's. Like I got over 50 no's, and from like the draft I had, and that's kind of what, you know, spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think around after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I rewrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it and I just felt like, I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I can pick, I know. And I was at that point, I knew I was supposed to stop, like this can go out. And I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. And I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, you know, like, why would you tell me that, you know, that's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then, most of the time, all it takes is 1 year. And it's about not stopping your work, just keep writing. Because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy, it's like, oh, but my writing isn't good, but then you won't get better if you stop. You know, it's about reading more. It's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you and also improve your writing, you know. Just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You'll get no's. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come and you will be discouraged. Because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. Like there were times like I paused writing for months. Like it will come. But then it's about not stopping there, refusing to allow that be the end, and just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
Phone switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly bad, DW. Fuel tank pressure 55. Target. Your nav state with back and it's perfect.
me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. This week on the show, we chat with Ghanaian superstar Black Sherif on his musical influences. A youth group in Burkina Faso seeks to promote peace and unity. Beyonce's country album is breaking streaming records, and we check out Washington, D.C. world-famous cherry blossoms. Let's get on with the show. Beyonce's new country album, Cowboy Carter, released on March the 29th, is breaking records across streaming platforms. Spotify announced that it is the platform's most streamed album in a single day in 2024 so far. Spotify shared on Instagram that it was the first time a country album held the title this year. Amazon Music also said in a statement posted on Instagram that Cowboy Carter was Beyonce's biggest album debut on the platform, with the most first-day global streams of all her albums and the most first-day streams for a country album by a female artist.
Like every day I have to remind myself that that actually happened and that it's real. And I know some people are like, what? How did you win a Grammy so fast? But it's like, I don't even know myself. Like, it's really just God that's rewarding me all the time. So I'm just happy.
South African singer Tyla released her self-titled debut album, Fresh, off her win for Best African Music Performance Award at the Grammys in February. The 22-year-old's hit song Water reached top 10 on the US Billboard's Hot 100 chart and top 5 in Britain. Tyla describes the 15-track album as a melting pot of all the influences she's had growing up. The album also features rapper Travis Scott and Nigerian singer Tems.
It's really a melting pot of all the influences that I had growing up, being pop, R&B, and then obviously with amapiano and Afrobeats, because that's where I'm from, that's the sounds of home. So yeah, like I've always just wanted to mix it all together, and I've gotten to a place where I'm happy with the way it sounds.
Tyla met fans in Johannesburg. Hundreds of fans waited for hours for the chance to see their idol and have an autograph with her.
She represents an artist that made it out of South Africa, especially being a young woman and someone that represents our country really well.
The 10th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards nominees were announced by MultiChoice Nigeria and Africa Magic. Over the Bridge, which we featured on the show last week, tops with 12 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Writing, and Best Director for Tolu Ajayi. Tosin Otudeko is the screenwriter for the movie Over the Bridge.
It was a complete and utter shock. We were so surprised, but ultimately extremely grateful. Grateful to be recognized in this manner, grateful for every member of the team that was nominated, and also grateful to be nominated amongst this quality and caliber of films. Yeah, Over the Bridge, it's been a real journey. So we're all the more excited for audiences to experience this in the near future.
The critically acclaimed Mami Wata, directed by CJ Fieri Obasi, received 11 nominations. Born in the Ashanti region of Ghana, Black Sherif is without doubt one of West Africa's most exciting new talents. He says that growing up, he was exposed to a diverse range of musical genres, including hip-hop, high life, and dancehall. With the help of social media, Black Sherif gained widespread attention early in his career, winning awards both at home and abroad. His music has been described as raw, honest, and relatable. And before he hit the stage at the Rolling Coco Festival, he told me that he often sings about socio-economic issues affecting the youth in Ghana, his personal struggles, and the realities of street life.
What's the cultural or the significance or the symbolic significance of the name Black Sherif?
You know, at first, I never deeped the name. Because I was just finding a stage name to rap, right? At first it wasn't deep like that. It was just, yo, I am Sherif, my name is Sherif, and I don't want to put that away from my thing. I needed something to add that to make it like a bit unique. I add black because I be black, man.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So it was just like that.
It's a beautiful name.
Yeah, it'd be like years after where people, they try to do their own thesis, their analysis.
It's a deep name, brother.
One more time.
How do your personal experiences influence the stories that you tell through your music?
I think it makes making the music easy, right? Because I know what I'm talking about. Like, I know so many perspectives, like, on what they happen, like, as real as it gets, right? Yeah, so, like, I write it like maybe like a movie, add my own kind of exaggerations and things to it, drama and stuff, But it's almost like always things that I know or have seen happen.
Experiences.
Yeah. Or people around me, some stuff that they tell me.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Konongo Zongo. Accra, 4 hours drive.
Okay. How did it influence your music?
I think with High Life, for real, because I'll say this, where I'm from, I think that's where pure High Life is from. Because
it's the birth of High Life.
So many High Life legends around there. That's what I say, though. That's not
what people grow up listening to.
A lot. Like my mom loves Berrima Sydney and a lot of High Life songs. Amachi Dede. Like, I'm from Ashanti Achim Central, right? Amachi Dede is a High Life legend. He's from Ashanti Achim North. That's Agogo. Then Kono is like 30 minutes drive. Yeah, so we know him, like we see him around stuff. Yeah.
Where do you see the future of, I guess, African music right now? There's so much interest. Is this something that you're able to sustain this momentum?
Yeah, inshallah.
Yeah,
inshallah.
An initiative by a youth group in Burkina Faso seeks to promote peace, unity, and tolerance between Muslims and Christians during Ramadan and Easter season. Lamin Traore reports from Ouagadougou and Grace Oyenubi narrates.
It's a few minutes past 6 p.m. The Imam's invocation marks the break of the Muslim fast for the day. Muslims are joined by Catholics, Protestants, and traditional leaders to enjoy the iftar meal. A youth group organized a communal event to bring together Muslims during the month of Ramadan, when Muslims fast every day from dawn to sunset, and Lent, a period of 40 days during which many Christians remember the events leading up to and including the death of Jesus Christ. The community thus suspends all religious barriers. The youth group promotes the concept of practicing one's faith while respecting that of others. Abdul Kader and Nicole welcome the initiative.
I decided to come to this collective event because it's very interesting. Christians, Muslims, we are all the same. Before talking about religion, we need to advocate living together.
It's a great initiative. I'm really pleased. It's my first time taking part, but it really had to be done.
Amos Zong Naba, a Protestant Christian, would like to see more of these.
We know that there are several religious denominations here and they live in perfect harmony. It's important for Burkinabe to be able to stick together, and it's important to have these kinds of initiatives.
Mahamadi Wadrogo believe that the people of Burkina can continue to coexist peacefully despite their religious diversity.
The idea is really to get together beyond our differences, our religious affiliations, and say we are Burkinabe. Burkina is our country. We're a family. Let's stay together, hand in hand. We are Burkinabe before we are religious. Burkina is our country. It is the country that carries us.
At least 1,000 people took part in this communal iftar. According to the organizers, the event, which is only in its second year, will continue being held in the coming years. For Lamine Traore in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, Grace Oyenubi, VOA News.
Springtime in Washington, D.C. usually promises a spectacular display of cherry blossoms. However, this year's scene has taken an unexpected twist with fewer blooms than anticipated, a reminder of the growing impact of climate change. Despite this, the capital remains vibrant with visitors and locals alike, all drawn by the season spirit and DC's rich offerings. Here is more on this story by VOA's Kali Abdu and Sims Lumabi.
It's springtime in Washington, D.C., a season highly anticipated in a city that offers a delightful, diverse palette of experiences beyond the famed cherry blossoms. Visitors and locals alike welcome the warm embrace of the season, finding joy and community in the capital's open spaces, museums, and vibrant streets.
For my nieces who live in Florida, and my mom and I, we're taking them on this tour of DC today. We do this every year. We come to DC, my mom and I, to enjoy the cherry blossoms. This year, not much cherry blossoms around, a little bit disappointed, but it's still a beautiful day in DC.
Niha, visiting from Canada, reflects on the cherry blossoms and the vibrant life of DC during spring.
So we do have cherry blossom back in Canada as well, and I know it's the mark of spring, and we call it sakura and multiple other names. It's always beautiful to see, great photo ops for us. We did expect a lot more sakura this time, which is cherry blossom this time, but nevertheless, it is starting to blossom. It's always beautiful to see so many people out and about during this time.
Magdalena, a DC resident, compares this year's spring vibe to previous years, emphasizing the community spirit.
I'm just been with my family, and we're walking around, and we're just visiting like the festival. So we've been here. We were here about 2 years ago, so it's pretty busy. Like 2 years ago, it was like the COVID, so it was like less people.
The allure of spring in Washington, D.C. creates a mosaic of stories from across the country, drawing people from every corner to experience its unique spring bloom.
I'm here visiting my aunt for my spring break for high school. You don't see as many people out here with different color skin, different places they're from.
As someone who lives in the area, I think that we are in the middle of the world, we're the center of the universe. This is where decisions are made that affect the entire world. And so it's a part of being in DC, you grab attention. And if we have tourists coming here, it means economy is better, the restaurants are full.
This spring may be different from past years, but the city's capacity to adapt and flourish remains unchanged. Beyond the cherry blossoms, there's a world of springtime experiences waiting to be discovered, each telling its own story of renewal and connection. With Sims Lumami, this is Kali Abdu, VOA News, Washington, D.C.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. On this episode of Red Carpet, we chat with Ghanaian superstar Kidi about his musical influences. We take a look at Nigeria's film industry, also known as Nollywood. And we check out some cool cars at the 2024 New York International Auto Show. Those stories and more right here on Red Carpet. Let's get started. A South African-produced movie is leading Netflix film charts. The conspiracy thriller Heart of the Hunter, a collaboration between South African filmmaker and Netflix, has over 20 million viewing hours on the platform. We need him alive. The movie tells the story of Zuko Kumalo, a man whose mission to save his family escalates into a battle to prevent a corrupt politician from becoming president. The film features actor Bonko Koza. It turns out that Lizzo is not actually quitting her music career. The Grammy Award-winning singer had posted a cryptic message on her Instagram saying, quote, "I quit," which led to speculation that she was leaving the music industry. However, Lizzo clarified that the post wasn't referring to music. The singer, who said she was, quote, "getting tired of being dragged online," posted a message saying, quote, "I just need to clarify, when I say I quit, I mean I quit giving any negative energy attention." The city of Praia set the stage for the 10th edition of the Atlantic Music Expo and the 13th Creole Jazz Festival, bringing together musicians from all continents to the Cape Verdean capital. The organizers see the event as a great opportunity to showcase young Cape Verdean musicians for international recognition and to promote cultural tourism in the archipelago. VOA's Eugenia Texiera has more from the festival.
Music serves as a universal language that connects generations and cultures while raising awareness. From April 1st to 6th, Praia in Cape Verde hosted the Atlantic Music Expo, AIM, providing a platform for international and Cape Verdean music professionals to showcase their talents. This was followed by the Creole Jazz Festival, celebrating Creole-inspired music. Cape Verdean artist Zubikila Spencer, inspired by her father, renowned composer and singer Nellis Spencer, emphasizes the power of music in conveying positive messages.
Artists have the ability to open people's eyes and minds, conveying messages that resonate with compassion and empathy, especially in today's world.
Spencer expresses her musical creativity without confining herself to a specific genre. Her goal is to share her music on stages worldwide.
I create music spontaneously, blending genres like hip-hop and rock, without limiting myself to a particular style.
Singer Claudio Koshai, of Angolan and Cape Verdean descent, highlights the role of music in raising awareness and educating society.
Music serves as a tool for artists to educate and raise awareness, addressing themes beyond romantic love to promote societal values.
Koshai, who is based in Portugal, also aspires to showcase Angolan music and African culture to global audiences. His music is a fusion of diverse African music genres.
My dream is to elevate Angolan music and African culture on a global scale, drawing inspiration from various African regions while staying true to Angolan classical and modern music.
Renowned Brazilian composer and multi-instrumentalist Hermeto Pascoal shares his profound belief in the universal importance of music, considering it a fundamental aspect of life.
Music is the essence of life, sustaining the world and providing endless joy and pleasure. As long as we live, music will continue to be a source of comfort and delight.
For Eugênia Teixeira in Praia City, Cape Verde, Bárbara Santos, VOA News.
Ghanaian singer Kiddy first caught his break on a reality music show, winning the MTN Hitmaker competition. The victory provided him with a platform to showcase his talent and launch his successful music career. Known for his unique blend of contemporary sounds and traditional rhythms, Kiddy tells me that he draws inspiration from a wide range of musical influences to explore themes of love, relationships, and everyday experiences of young Ghanaians.
DC, are you ready to party tonight?
It's been a long journey since you won the MTN Hitmaker in 2015 to rocking local and global stages. Looking back at your journey, talk to us about how you get here right now at Rolling Coco in Washington, D.C.
Where do I start? First of all, it's been grace. I always believe that it's never about the talent, it's never about how good you look, where you're from. It's just grace, you know. A lot of talented artists are around the world. It's just the grace of God. And to be honest, I've had an amazing team behind me because, you know, no man is an island. Nobody can do it by themselves. To reach the furthest, the corners of the earth, you need a village behind you. And I've been fortunate to have villages behind me at every step of the way. Yeah. And, you know, we still have a long way to go, but we're happy we're here, you know. Yeah.
I feel like you haven't even scratched the surface of your talent.
Like, I take these things as preparation for the big stage, whatever the big stage might look like. I've performed in places where the place is half sold out, quarter sold out, empty venues sometimes, but I put my soul and heart into every performance. Like I said, to me, it is preparation. So that one day when I'm in front of 80,000 fans, I've gone through all of this, I've performed, I'm used to the stage is like my home.
are some of the projects that are in the works for you?
So 2024 is definitely an album year. I dropped my first single from the album called Danger. Go check it out if you haven't. The album is almost here, middle of the year sometime.
Tell us about the Ghanaian music industry. In the last 5 years, what are some of the things that you've seen that give you hope that this is your time?
Earlier, I said that there's talent overdose in the world, and that was me talking about the world. But if I narrow it down to Ghana, there's so many amazing talents coming out of the capital, Accra, Kumasi, Tamale. Like every day, you're hearing of a new rapper, a new singer, and I'm so excited for the future. So it says that our future is heading towards the right.
Future's bright.
It's bright. That's why I wear sunglasses.
Absolutely. You don't want to be burnt.
No,
my guy. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you, brother. Love.
The Nigerian film industry, often referred to as Nollywood, is the second largest movie maker in the world in terms of volume and is making strides both in terms of art and in popularity at the box office. Timothy Obiezu reports from Abuja.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Inaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that. But ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms, it just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The 2024 New York International Auto Show kicked off in Manhattan in late March, where visitors had the chance to admire some of the coolest new car technology. Evgeny Maslov has the story, narrated by Anna Rice.
Over 100 participants with more than 700 vehicles have gathered this spring at the annual New York Auto Show. This year, hybrid and electric vehicles are taking center stage.
Out of our 29 vehicles in the lineup, 19 of them are electrified, meaning a hybrid, a plug-in hybrid, full electric, or a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle.
And some rebooted throwbacks, like an electric version of the Volkswagen minibus and the 1949 Volkswagen Beetle.
This is our 75th year of Volkswagen, and it is the 75th anniversary of the Beetle first coming to the United States. So we've got a lot to celebrate, and I wanted to highlight the fact that the ID Bus is new for the United States market this year. It's an all-electric bus. It's there on the back platform, and we're going to be having that come out later this year.
This year, the lower floor of Javits Center is also a test track, and not surprisingly, it draws crowds. Concept cars are in the spotlight. This year, Genesis showcases its vision of luxe electric cars of the future. There are also futuristic-looking Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, and the Kia EV9, which holds the titles of both the 2024 World Car of the Year and the 2024 World Electric Vehicle. For Evgeny Maslov in New York, Anna Rice, VOA News.
Thank you so much for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
Mixed reactions trail federal government's announcement regarding the new price of natural gas for power generation companies, which indicates a significant hike and has got people talking. Today on the show, we'll take a close look at the pros and cons of this move. I am Dola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The federal government on Monday announced that the new price of natural gas for power generation companies is now $2.42 per metric million British thermal unit, higher than the previous rate of $2.18 per MMBTU. The Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, pegged the cost of commercial gas at $2.92 per MMBTU, up from the previous cost of $2.05 per MMBTU. The announcement was signed by the Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Recall that the multi-year tariff order released by NEC in January 2024 for the electricity distribution companies was calculated based on the previous price of natural gas. Gas producers, including international and domestic oil and gas companies, have repeatedly called for the upward review in the price of the product, stressing that this would be an incentive to ramp up production. In the announcement on Monday, Ahmed said the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, assented to by the President on August 16, 2021, and gazetted in August 2021, provided a clear regulatory framework for the determination of a market-based pricing regime for the domestic gas market. The NMDPRA boss further stated that the latest action was taken in line with Section 164, the third and fourth schedule of the PIA 2021, which mandated the regulator to determine the domestic base price and the marketable wholesale price of natural gas supplied to the strategic sectors. He said, quote, the DBP at the marketable gas delivery point under Sector 1671 and other provisions of the PIA shall be determined based on regulations which incorporate, among such other matters, the following principles. The price must be of a level to bring forward sufficient natural gas supplies for the domestic market on a voluntary basis for the upstream producers. On a voluntary basis by the upstream producers. B, the price shall not be higher than the average of similar natural gas prices in major emerging countries that are significant producers of natural gas. C, lowest cost of gas supply on three-tier cost of supply framework. D, market-related prices tied to international benchmark, unquote. The NMDPRA therefore emphasized that it had set the, quote, 2024 domestic base price at $2.42 per MMBTU and wholesale prices for natural gas in strategic sectors, following consultations with stakeholders and in compliance with the PIA and gas pricing regulations, unquote. Joining us is a public affairs analyst, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, and a power systems engineer who is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Power Engineers, Dr. Idowu Oyebanjo. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, let's start from the studio. How would you want to kickstart this conversation?
Okay.
From the recent development relative to the review of the MMBTU pricing of gas to the reflections that the power distribution companies are now incorporating into their tariff systems across a defined band of their customers. How would you want to kickstart this?
Yeah, thanks, Bola. I think since the announcement by the regulator, I think it has hit everyone with different mixed feelings. Some people have been in shock, if I would say, about the increase. But you must realize that maybe some of us saw this coming. Of course, gas, our power takes, needs more than 75% of it needs gas to work. So we see this coming at the end of the day. But I think the major problem which Nigerians have is especially those who are willing to pay, who are in the band A. Like the regulator said, this new tariff will reflect only on customers within the band A. So what does that mean? Band A means that if you're in the band A, you receive at least minimum of 20 hours of power in a day. I'm not sure that many people will say, oh, how do I even come into this because I don't even see the 20 hours of power a day. But we saw this coming, and the only issue or concern we have here is if we pay this new tariff, are we really going to see the power? That is the main concern.
Dr. Oyebanjo, as controversial as the issue of tariff hike may be, the necessary question is this the silver bullet that will bring about consistent power supply by the Nigerian electricity architecture, factoring in the fact that the power generation entities are different from the transmission entity. The transmission entity is different from the distribution entities. So is this the silver bullet to kill the Leviathan of darkness in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. To go straight to answer that question, no. So, of course, increasing tariffs is a short-term situation. Hopefully, when we get to a situation whereby the tariffs will now go down. But the main thing that can help Nigeria now in terms of uninterrupted power supply or increasing quantum of power supply to businesses, homes, to offices, to industries, residential consumers, commercial and industrial consumers, will be the full implementation of the Electricity Act 2023 as amended, which was signed into law last year. And the decentralization of the power system, such that we have states having their electricity markets, regional markets will exist, and then the national market will take care of those states who are unable to start their market. This will bring renewable energy systems. It will bring private sector investments and also investment from the federal government. All of this will work together to give us a silver bullet, as you put it, that will help us to have a consistency or improvement in power supply. Having said that, the discussion you have raised in your introduction, very, very lovely. You talked about increases in price of one of the very important commodity, gas, for the power sector. So as a result, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has had to increase tariffs, but for Band A, this has pros and cons as you have mentioned it. So we have to also deliberate on the cons, the disadvantages, and what needs to be done to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jock. I'm sitting here as a Nigerian who has seen over the decades I've lived in this country a continual deterioration of the quality of power supply. And like the good doctor just stated now, we may just be dealing with eczema, talking around this price tariff hike, when we may seem to be leaving the skin cancer yet to be attended to, because it is obvious that this tariff hike will not be the final solution. The doctor made some suggestions consistent with what the Electricity Act 2023 enunciates. But I'm sitting here now that I don't see the sensitization. They still, indeed, even the doctor spoke around state governments galvanizing their local markets in their state for power generation, transmission, and distribution, which has been decentralized. But I am one who believes that with proper sensitization, and this is the question for you, with proper sensitization, you and I can form cooperatives. We can have private concerns. We can have people who live in estates. In the estate that I'm going to be sleeping in today, almost 90% of us function on solar, minimum of 5 kVA solar. And it's even ironic that we may be wasting power, because sometimes we generate more than we need, but because we function in silos, power that could be accumulated and indeed for us to get some recompense, as is done in some other advanced power markets,
yes,
where you generate independent power, you pass on the national grid, they calculate what you have used, deduct it from what you have supplied, and sometimes give you. So I'm sitting here thinking, are we even going in the right direction? Because I don't see that sensitization from enlightened people like you, from the media, from professionals like Doctor. We are still talking the government, government.
I think that's a good observation, really, and I really must agree with you. But however, yes, we're looking at the government, because I think in this conversation, the government needs to take a lead in this conversation of sensitization. Though there have been many talks everywhere, many programs, many just like this, raising the issue of power and the issues around it. Now, that's why the Electricity Act of 2023 solves this problem a lot, giving the power to states, and like Doctor said, when we begin to decentralize, and begin to implement this act, we start solving this problem, because states will begin to drive a lot of these conversations. That's what the act is empowering them to do. Drive this conversation, drive the policies. So far, so good now. How many states now? Just a few states have been able to create their own markets and create their own policies.
No, they have only domesticated the law.
Yes.
Yes. That's not creating market.
That's one way. They've created the policies to create the market. Maybe Doctor will speak more on that. But what I want to say is, this is where the state government will also take lead. And this is where also the regulator, which is NEC, will also take through the government, and will take the lead on it. We need to keep talking. The issue of power affects everybody. The issue of power, it's a problem to everybody. It's been more than 60 years. We have been struggling to fix the issue of power. So we keep these conversations going. But yes, we may think we're looking up to government, but government must take the lead on this. We must see them also trying to, take that sensitization down to the home. We have the Nigeria Orientation Agency that is also there. What are they doing? What are the conversations they are having, as regards it? This is my own thinking. But yeah, we need to keep pushing, and we are making a good progress so far.
That may sound very controversial to some of the people watching you at home. Mr. Jumbo. Dr. Oyebanjo.
Yes, I'm with you.
To the best of my understanding,
you are making very good points. I'm really enjoying both of you.
To the best of my understanding, Doctor, thank you very much. To the best of my understanding, there is another segment of this show that I have rested for a while now. To the best of my understanding, we are building on an infrastructure that was conceptualized and delivered in 1863. A central grid. And I'm sitting here now knowing that people like yourself do not only practice in Nigeria, you literally function across the world. We were once positing that it was the statute that was choking, that was essentially the primary problem of the system. Now we have a statute that allows for organic federalism in power generation, distribution, transmission and distribution. Doctor, using your working knowledge of the industry, if you were talking to the Honorable Minister today, say he's sitting in front of you, What would be your suggestions? Methodically.
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Power is already doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that the import of the Electricity Act filters down through the system. Immediately he resumed office, he has been able to organize a 3-day retreat where he brought together all stakeholders relevant in the power sector and to brainstorm on what needs to be done. So I am aware that a communique will be issued shortly about that. He has also communicated with state governors. He has spoken with all the honorable commissioners for energy or power or related services in every state, trying to galvanize the momentum. You see, just as you have said, as well as the analyst Jumbo, you are correct. There is need for the media, as well as the CSOs and various organizations, professional bodies. They should be at the vanguard of this message of Electricity Act. Like you took us back in history, the Nigerian power sector followed the development in the world when America started, Europe, as well as Britain. However, once they started developing and making progress, we did not make significant progress. In fact, I will say that for a country of 200 million plus, trying to use 3,500 megawatts is absurd.
Utterly ridiculous.
It is in the 1920s situation of the UK or the US, which is not good because they ramped up from those small levels and then moved significantly to about 65,000 megawatt of demand today in the UK and generation capacity of upwards of 70,000. So for Nigeria today, where we need to be, we need to have about 40,000 megawatts of generation, 35,000 megawatts of transmission capacity, wheeling capacity, and then 30,000 megawatts of demand based on the studies that I have done. Now, we are not there. We are even far from there. So the fastest way, I have repeated it 3 times, to make Nigeria get industrialized is through the decentralization. I speak as a professional. So when I speak on power systems, having done it as my BSc, my MSc, and PhD, and having worked for over 25 years, having worked significant period of this inside a UK power system that worked, when I'm saying these things, it is not a fast, it is not as a result of conjectures. You have to decentralize this kind of network. It's not that it is too massive. It is a small network compared to other networks. But because of the factors, Nigerian factors, that have affected us over the last 60 years, the most logical thing for Nigeria and the most correct solution for Nigeria is this decentralization. What we are doing, for example, as part of our advocacy in Aidfund Power Consultants Limited, we are approaching the state government, we are helping them, we are sensitizing them, just as you have said, to at least domesticate the law. We are working them through the steps required to not only domesticate the law, prepare the bill, and pass the bill, and then get the right people in the Electricity Commission for the state, and then develop the market that will make consumers be happy. If a power system does not make consumer happy, if a power system brings apprehension, if a power system brings anger, it is not a power system that is functional.
Thank you very much. We need to move from my take now. We have built a culture of recriminations in the power sector. Everybody finger pointing at the other person. But given contemporary developments in the the power industry worldwide. The fact that China has helped to crash the price of, say, solar panels. The fact that there are alternative energy solutions out there beyond even solar. Many in the Southwest. I have a friend who just returned from the UK, and at the last count, in the southwest of Nigeria alone, about 200 plus bodies of water that could be used to generate hydro power at the very local community level, to some even as far as state or regional levels. And I'm sitting here. Power is one of the reasons why sometimes some doubt the fact that we negroid species of the Homo sapiens, whether we are really human beings. Because we always have the issue of power in all the places that we habitate. Yes. And the irony is that I never knew the man that even once worked in the UK. The irony is that I lived in the UK for more than 2 decades. And I know that in a place in northern England, one of the few places where they are generating more than 12 megawatts of solar energy, the person that coordinated it was a Nigerian engineer. We do it when we are in England, and yet there is something about us that gets us to be moribund when we are at home. Are we?
I will tell you something. In the last 4 years, I mean, I've been within the solar space, energy access space, and all of that off-grid. And I can tell you, Nigerians are really brilliant. I've seen quite a lot of technologies, a lot of innovation, especially from young people. I spoke to a guy one time. He had created some tiles, some tile-like thing where, I mean, if you step on it, it could generate power. So if you put it in a shopping mall,
as in kinetic
energy,
footfalls.
Yes,
footfalls will be generating.
If we have it in our shopping malls, we're very busy.
When people walk around,
it generates power. So the innovations are there, you know, and young people are driving this. So I think one of the issues most times they've suffered is the right kind of funding, you know, to support them. And this again goes back to Electricity Act. There's a section of that act that was dedicated to renewable energy, you know, where that act has given, for example, NEC the power to promote, you know, renewable energy sources as part of our power mix or energy mix in the country. We need to leverage more on that. So one big issue is funding. You meet a young chap now who has created something very innovative, but the issue is struggling with funding, or maybe so. Some companies are already supporting them, but we need more support in that area to fix our power issue. So what we need to do going forward now, as we plan to solve this problem of power, is to support what we have now with some renewable energy sources or some alternative sources. Like I said, there are a lot of them. And we need to constantly promote that. We want to see from all angles the right kind of funding available for them, you know, to be able to fund some of these projects. You'll be amazed, there's a lot. If I begin to talk about them, I'm not sure we'll go to. There's a lot I have come across. You know, but again, for the sources like solar, we need to even make it more accessible to more people. We need to make some communities, you know, you go there, all you need is a mini grid to power them. And I've been to a lot of those communities, especially down south. You know, I went to a community called Emeke in River State, and they've never had power all their life. But there's a mini grid there which was installed some couple of years back, and that is what the community is leveraging on. You know, and now with the new act, we see that it is promoting and supporting some of these, you know, additional sources. We need to give that. That's why when the state governments begin to drive this themselves, some of these communities, we want to see them use solar or all these other renewable sources to drive them. The innovations are there.
Let me compliment. let me briefly collaborate.
Yes.
Or corroborate what you say.
Yes.
I was once in a hotel in Abuja, and as it is my wont, I always like to do a stretch of my leg, especially after having been airborne.
Yes.
So I decided to walk 5 kilometers. And I was shocked that in Abuja, Wuse Zone 7, there was a body of water. It was not a rainy day. There was a body of gushing water. And I was telling myself that, you know what? The hotel was burning diesel. And look, but you see, in Nigeria, there is one agency that is in charge of bodies of water with some people, some bureaucrats who are still looking at the back of a file that was last signed in the 1960s. It's ironic. And so one is, Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, I think it's about time I came to you. You know why I need to come to you at this juncture? Because I can imagine the degree of frustration somebody like you will be feeling sometimes. Having been exposed to best practices is one of the most power generation and distribution developed markets in the world, and yet when you are back in your natal and ancestral home, we are where we are. Sometimes, how do you cope? It sometimes can lead somebody in the direction of seeing going on the psychologist, the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the most important things for power systems engineers like myself is that we have been trained to solve complex problems. So whenever we see complex problems, we know how to tackle them. If we are given the right environment, our environment has to be one that is conducive for us to provide the services. That's the way we were trained, to look at problems and solve them. Having said that, from what you two have said this evening, it's clear that the federal government made the good decision, the correct decision to decentralize the system. Because as you have said, there are various sources of energy per state. This will happen once you decentralize. The state is in charge. The people in the state, investors will come in if the environment is made right by the state government. Investors are ready to partner with that kind of young person that Wisdom spoke about a while ago. We have various resources. In the northern part of the country, you have hydro, you have solar, you have even gas, maybe. So you will use this energy to provide electricity. In the southeast, you saw what happened in February, March also. From February 26th, it was launched in Abia State, in an integrated power plant project by Geometric. You saw the IPP at Aba, and this will serve a franchise area in Aba. And look at, people are now moving to Aba. Industries are now relocating to Aba. From outside Nigeria, they are going there. They have started, from what we hear, to enjoy uninterrupted power supply. So many states will do the IPP once you decentralize properly. Once you make sure we decentralize, these things will happen. The solar you talk about, you will sell your solar to the grid. It's already written in the act. If all of you in your estate generate so much of electricity, we call you prosumer. A prosumer is a person that is both producing electricity and consuming it. So you are a prosumer in your estate. If all of you aggregate this electricity, you can even as individuals sell to the grid. This will happen. It will happen when we decentralize. Then when we go and support the government of the states, one after the other, to say, look, this is the implication of the act. This is what you need to do. And once the citizens continue to engage their government, state government, this will happen. On the matter of IPPs, this will spring up in Nigeria once we decentralize. But currently, what the federal government is doing is a Light Up Nigeria program. So if you remember, in October 2023, there was a Light Up Agbara project by the Renewed Hope agenda of President Tinubu. But this is being anchored under the office of the Vice President. It was launched there. And with NDPAC, FGM Power Company of Nigeria Limited, as well as Enerix One and other private investors. They are going to be involved in providing electricity to industrial clusters. In February, also on the 26th of February this year, the Vice President went to Enugu in what we call the Light Up Southeast project. This one aims to also take the industrial clusters in the Southeast and make them viable and make them to be able to have electricity that can make them have competitive manufacturing capacities. So power is an enabler. Without power, there will be no economic development. Look, there is no country in the world that you see that has developed and we like to go on holidays there, or we make them a reference, that didn't start by building a power system. When we are doing power system 101, the lecture says the first thing a government does is to build a power system. And that stuck with me. The first thing you will do, if you have a piece of land and you want to form a government here, the first thing you should do is a power system.
I don't want to sound as though I'm a cleric, but even one of the great books and one of the good books tells us that the first thing that the Creator did was let there be light. And I wonder why we have decided to live this long in relative darkness. I'll come back to you, Doc, before we wrap up. We are where we are now. We are trading on ideas. Yes. But I'm feeling, sitting down here, I'm feeling that it is incumbent more on people like myself, people like yourself in the, like I say, the Chattarati stratum or class of society. Yeah. People like Doctor who have seen it work in places where, it's been demystified. Is now incumbent on us to find a synergy like this program is providing to enlighten an average Nigerian watching that there is nothing mysterious about having consistent light.
I agree, and that's why I like what I see in the last few days all over the media. There has been constant conversation around these issues. I mean, I ran a program for nearly 4 years, trying to let people understand that, okay, this isn't working, you can have this alternative, and it is possible, and it will work. Because there are so many misinformation out there. Some people say, oh, for example, solar is expensive, and they have never gone to price one before. You understand? So we need to. That's why the media.
Even if it's, I'm going to where I will sleep tonight. I have no anxiety about power because I know there'll be power.
Yes.
Even if it's expensive up front.
Yes. So we need to constantly. That's why the media plays a key role. We need to constantly talk about these things. We don't know. Even as we're having this program now, we may have just pass a very important information to somebody today. And I noticed this over the last couple of years. I have been doing this myself. People will call and you let them know. You'll be shocked that there's just so many misinformation there. And when you are able to inform them properly, you understand that changes a lot for them. Having power 24 hours is not a mystery. It's a basic amenity. It's a basic thing that should happen. If you go to Ghana, I lived in Ghana for 5 years plus. We never, in fact, if they would take the light, they're going to call you. You're going to see notification. If Ghana can do it, why are we struggling with this? So the media plays a key role in this, and we shouldn't get tired. We need to keep talking and passing that information. That's my take on that.
Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, we need to be coasting home now. And I would want to enjoin you to have a direct conversation with people at home and just let them know that from the micro in fact, from the nano to the micro to the medium level, there may be a lot, there may be just a lot that people can do, from powering or lighting up their rooms, to lighting up their, say, homestead, to lighting up their, say, neighborhood, if they function in a very collaborative community. You want to be talking to those ones, because our professionals like here almost end up having to talk to governments, you know, ministers, governors. But at the end of the day, the paradox of the past situation in Nigeria, since I've been born and I've been conscious, is that people solve that problem more for themselves than from a central utility. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, thank you very much. It has been a very important discussion, and I've learned a lot from the contributions that you both have made, Bola as well as Wisdom. I will say that, as enunciated before now, let citizens take interest in the matter of power system. It's not easy. Even in the UK, even the US, citizens don't really have time to understand what is power, what is my bill. Some people don't even know where they are and what band they are and things like that, because it's something that they expect to get, and rightly so. So one thing that we must do is to decentralize. I have said that a number of times. When the electricity markets in the states are set up, meritocracy must be one of the most important things that will function. Without a system of meritocracy, without celebrating meritocracy over mediocrity, you can never have a power system. Having said that, collaboration is important. The state government will create an enable environment for private investors. Private investors will work with the existing discos by doing the franchising model, by building in the integrated power plant project. It can even be 10 megawatt solar. It can even be 5 megawatt. It can be as 20 megawatt. We need all of these pockets of generation, distributed generation, we call them. We need them to be able to make power available first in the state. Any excess can be sent to the regional grid. Any excess can be sent to the national grid. And that is how Nigeria can only develop. Nigeria cannot develop with this centralized system of power system function. So, this time, what we should be doing should include metering all customers, making sure all customers are metered, coordinating the implementation of the Electricity Act, doing independent power plants, doing this Light Up Nigerian project, and joining the effort of Siemens project, which FGN PowerCo is actually pioneering by investing in the infrastructure of the Nigerian landscape. There are small things. I remember a feeder in Akute in Lagos, southwest Nigeria. The Akute area has just little things that you need to do to the feeder to make power available. So there are certain things that will be possible when we decentralize. If we don't decentralize, they will not happen. The people in Akute will even go to Band A if these little minor tweaks or things are done. So this also applies to several places in the country. All we have to do are minor things that will get us there, but knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
It's unfortunate that time is not our best friend on the program, but having said that, you having mentioned Akute, I was actually telling, I am championing a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and
add,
this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the DISCOs of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those DISCOs who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more. And that's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much
Thank you so much, Bola.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
It is engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Women are shattering glass ceilings around the globe, making indelible marks across sectors, and the Nigerian banking industry is not left out, as Adora Umeoji joins the list of female chief executive officers (CEO) in the sector. In this feature, we bring you the profile of female chief executives of banks in the country. Adora Umeoji. Umeoji has over 30 years of experience in banking, including 26 years at Zenith Bank. Before Umeoji was appointed GCEO designate, she held the position of Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from October 2016. She obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors in law from Bayes University, Abuja. Umeoji is also a graduate of the University of Salford, United Kingdom, where she bagged a Master of Laws degree. She also obtained a Master's in Business Administration (MBA) from the University of Calabar and a doctorate in Business Administration from Apollos University, USA. Bolaji Agbede. Bolaji Agbede, acting Group CEO of Access Holdings, took over on February 13 following the death of Herbert Wigwe, the company's former GCEO. Agbede has worked in banking operations, customer relationship management, and human resources management departments for over 27 years. Beginning her career in 1992 as an executive trainee, she worked her way up to manager in 2001 at Guarantee Trust Bank, where she also held various positions such as vault custodian and relationship manager. She subsequently served as CEO of JKG Limited, a business consulting firm, in 2003. Agbede joined Access Bank in 2003 and as an assistant general manager and was responsible for managing the bank's portfolio of chemical trading companies. She also headed the bank's human resources department between 2010 and 2022 and was appointed the company's founding executive director, business support, in 2022. Agbede holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, 1990, and subsequently obtained a Master of Business Administration degree from Cranfield University in 2002. Miriam Olusonya. Miriam Olusonya is the MD of Guarantee Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO PLC, a position she assumed in July 2021. After beginning her career at the bank in 1998 as an executive trainee, Olusonya advanced through the ranks and now possesses over 25 years of experience in a variety of banking-related fields, including corporate finance, investment banking, financial markets, asset and liability management, investor relations, and transaction services. Before her appointment as the bank's MD, she was appointed Executive Director in 2018 and held positions as the group's treasurer and head of its wholesale banking division. Olusonya currently serves as a non-executive director on the board of GT Bank Gambia Limited. She is also a non-executive director of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) and the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities (SANEF). She graduated from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, with a bachelor's degree in pharmacy (B.Pharm) and the University of Liverpool, UK, with a master's degree in business administration, finance and accounting. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe took office as MD-CEO of Fidelity Bank on January 1, 2021, becoming the first female MD-CEO in the bank's history. Before the appointment, she was Executive Director, the Southwest Region, overseeing the bank's business in the region's 6 states from January 2015 to December 2020. She has professional experience of over 30 years across various banks, having commenced her career in 1986. Onyali-Ikpe has worked at Standard Chartered Bank PLC, Zenith Bank PLC, and Citizens International Bank Limited, where she held several management positions in legal, treasury, investment banking, retail commercial banking, and corporate banking. Onyali-Ikpe holds Bachelor's of Law (LLB) and Master's of Laws (LLM) degrees from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and King's College London, respectively. Yemisi Edun. Yemisi Edun is MD and CEO of First City Monument Bank, the first woman to ever hold the position at the organization. She assumed the position in July 2021 following an allegation of marital infidelity against Adam Nuhu, the former FCMB MD. Edun started her career in 1987 as a corporate finance specialist with Akintola Williams Deloitte, a member firm of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. Thereafter, Edun joined FCMB in 2000 as the divisional head of internal audit and control before assuming the role of Chief Financial Officer, CFO, of the bank in 2015. Edun holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Ife, Nigeria, and a master's degree in international accounting and finance from the University of Liverpool, UK. Tomi Somerfun. Tomi Somerfun was appointed MD CEO of Unity Bank PLC in August 2015. Prior to her appointment, she served as the Executive Director overseeing the Lagos and Southwest Business Directorates and the Treasury Department of the bank. She has 35 years of experience in the private sector, 26 of which are in the banking industry. From 1982 to 1986, she worked as a senior audit assistant for KPMG, which was the beginning of her nearly 40-year journey to become the formidable banker she is today. After working for a few more years as a senior auditor at Arthur Andersen, she left in 1989 to become an associate at Ventures and Trusts Limited. Veering into the banking sector, she began working with Credit Bank Limited before joining UBA Group, where she served as the MD CEO of two significant UBA subsidiaries, including UBA Pensions Custodian, a startup company which was founded with her as the pioneer MD. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981 with a Bachelor of Education in English Language. Yetunde Oni. Yetunde Oni in January 2024 was appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as the MD CEO of Union Bank of Nigeria. Until her appointment with the bank, Oni was a financial services leader with a successful career spanning over 30 years, holding senior positions in international and local banks and focusing on emerging markets. Before she made it to the top of the financial institution, Oni had an 11-year stint at EcoBank Transnational Incorporated as a relationship manager from 1994 to 2005. In September 2014, Oni held the position of Pioneer Head of Commercial Clients at Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited, before becoming the lender's MD and Country Head of Commercial Banking in West Africa in 2017. In January 2021, Oni achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first female MD CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Sierra Leone. Oni is a University of Ibadan graduate with a bachelor's degree in economics and has an MBA from Bangor University, Wales. Ireti Samuel Ogbu. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, appointed in September 2020, doubles as the CEO of Citibank Nigeria and Citibank's country officer for Nigeria and Ghana. Before appointed CEO of Citibank Nigeria, Samuel Ogbu was the Europe, Middle East and Africa EMEA head, Payments and Receivables Treasury and Trade Solutions (TTS) under Citi's Institutional Clients Group (ICG), based in London, UK. She has also served as a non-executive director on the board of Citibank Nigeria Limited. For the past 32 years, Samuel Ogbu has held various roles across Citibank's businesses in the UK, Nigeria and South Africa, having worked in each of the countries twice. Samuel Ogbu obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Middlesex University, UK, and has an MBA from the University of Bradford, UK. Kafilat Araoye. Kafilat Araoye was appointed in 2020 as the MD CEO of Lotus Bank. She started her career in 1988 at National Oil and Chemicals Marketing Company PLC, now Cornell Nigeria PLC, and moved in 1990 to GT Bank as the pioneer head of HR. Her last position at the firm was General Manager and Group Head, Human Resource Group, a position she exited in 2015. Subsequently, Araoye moved to XYZ Outsourcing and Management Consulting Limited. From 2015 to 2020, Araoye holds a first degree in history from the Obafemi Awolowo University and a master's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos, graduating as the best student in her class.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs. But what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer. But did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another.